Ray, are we live?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you,
Oh, we are.
yeah.
We're live. Call to order, the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is June the 24th, 2021 at 8:25 in the morning. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests.
Okay, we will get our, all of our district personnel.
Go ahead and
in.
just bring them back. Just bring the person back. We'll be all right, though.
All right.
We'll be okay. Yeah, let's get going, right? Castillo?
Castillo. Six five seven seven five.
Guess I know these places pretty well.
Yeah.
We're gonna go into this room.
Yeah.
Okay. To the right.
Okay.
Your board is there at the middle table.
Am I sat over there?
No, right over here.
Oh, okay, to my right.
Yes, sir. This is Chris Castillo.
Howdy.
Okay, ready, Ray?
Yeah.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case 2021-2073, account 65775. This hearing is being recorded. Protests?
Q1.
Q1,
Phrase mark today.
right?
Q1.
Q1.
Yep.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. We're the review board at this table. The district representative will sit at that table. That can be you?
For now.
Okay. Ray will be the district representative. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created and sent to you via snail mail. It will include the results of the hearing and information about what you can do to follow up if you don't agree with us.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do you have any evidence to?
No, my questions are, my concern are the comps.
Okay, that's fine. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoppin, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Chris Castillo, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Do you have a appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. There's a sheet of paper to your right there. It shows the hearing procedures.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're going to follow.
Okay, sir.
And you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
I will go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, as I read this thing from the state, I looked at there, it says the date of your appraisal is January 1st. And then I looked at the comps that were sent, and the ones that are directly related to my property are for sales January of 2021 and February of 2021, subsequent to January 1st. Therefore, I think they should not be considered because they are past the appraisal date.
Okay, anything else?
No, well, I have another question, but my question would be, and I know y'all don't set the rates, I get that, right?
Right.
Is there a set amount of value, like 8%, 10%, whatever, that the value of property can go up per year? Is there a maximum amount, I guess I should say?
That's directed to the district.
Okay,
If you have a homestead, yes.
okay, secondary home? Perfect, those are my concerns.
Or commercial, you know, if you have a commercial secondary home, vacant land, there's no market value limitation.
Okay, that's fair.
So, as far as the comps being, your sales grid has comps, 1 and 2 are January 7th of 2021, February 9th of 2021, and September of 2019. The reason for the September of 2019 comp being in there is because we actually decided to just comp the Marina Club. So,
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
right. So the state of Texas has a January 1 appraisal date. Nothing in the state of Texas is appraised on January 1st. Everybody's at home with their family. So the date is balanced by time, meaning if you have sales in September or June or July or whatever, and then you have sales in February or March, then the question of the day is are they congruent? If they are, then you don't have any balance of time. The time in this part of the year and the time in this part of the year are so similar, you don't have to worry about it. It's all the same. If they're not, then you're looking at a time adjustment based on the day. That's what you're looking at. And you have to figure that out.
I guess it's about, and I guess, I don't know, I'm not an expert, whatever.
Yeah.
In San Antonio, they look at houses sold the year before, right? They don't look at anything sold January 1st or in this case, in 2021.
Well, they should though, because they're not doing their job correctly if they don't.
Well, I think this says as of January 1st, and I understand, nobody works on January 1st.
Yeah.
100% agree.
Right, so that means that no matter, and houses are sold on the first. So
Yeah.
that means that no matter what, you're not gonna comp the first. There's no chance you're gonna comp the first. You're gonna comp a different day. You're gonna.
Absolutely, you can comp whatever day, yes.
So if someone says, hey, you can't comp the February because that value is not what it was on the first, you could just as easily say San Antonio shouldn't comp September because that value is not what it was on the first. So your arrival at the date is the balance of the two. And if they don't comp 2021, then they've got issues. That's a problem.
My sole disagreement, or whatever the word is,
No, I get it.
is that these should not be allowed because they're past the January 1st. I understand the look back period. The look back period should be prior to January 1st. And I don't know if there's actual law or for previous protest or what. I just know that it says January 1st. So
The law is as of that date. The law is as of, what would it sell for on the first? That's, and any appraisal is done by a date. So it's good as of a certain date. So an appraiser's hanging their hat on that date. And that's how it's done. And in taxes that have to do with ad valorem taxation, one of the reasons it's done is because things change. And you have to be able to say on this date, such and such property was in this condition.
yeah, I'll research some more for the appeal or whatever you call it, but I just don't think they should be considered.
Well, and I want you to hear something. in appraisal, there's time adjustments. There's actually a methodology built into the appraisal system for time adjustments if necessary. So like if you went to take a class on appraisal and someone said, hey, the appraisal date is June the 2nd, then one of the things you would have to figure out is, do your comps need a time adjustment? So what you're saying isn't far-fetched. There's just an answer for it built into the methodology of appraisal. And the appraisal district or an appraiser or fee appraiser has to discern if the data says adjustments for time. And I'm telling you here, we typically don't do that because our market is so active.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to reconcile what things sell for. Now, this year was tricky because the market is ramping up so fast.
It is ramping up.
So if there was ever a time when someone could say, is there a need for a time adjustment? You could argue, maybe it was close this year. Maybe it was.
There's no question.
Yeah.
I mean, based on the
Yeah.
actual sales, there's no question out there. I can't argue with facts. I mean,
Yeah.
my concern is they should not have been considered after any sales after in 2021.
Okay, you'll get more time later.
That's fine.
It's raised time, so you got 2 minutes.
My bad.
That's all right.
Did I ever even do this? Great.
No, you have 2 minutes for
All right.
rebuttal
I'm
and then
sorry.
your 5
I'm
minutes for
gonna go super
presentation.
fast. What's under protest is Q1. This is Marina Club. It's a condo association in Keel Lake Road by Keel Lake Road condos. I think it's on Sandollar. There's 3 sales in our comp grid. One is January 2021. One is February 2021. 323 and 370. And then there is one 2019 for 305. And gives an indicated value of 323. We have the subject property at 318,860. That's it. That's the end. I talked a lot. I can go short now.
Okay. All right, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes.
My whole thing, like I said, my whole thing is based on those two should not be considered because they're in 2020. That's my whole intention. And we've already gone back and forth on that.
All right, so if you need it, Ray, 2 minutes for rebuttal?
Yeah, so real quick rebuttal and closing would be, if you threw out those 2 cells, what you would have left is a cell in 219 for 305. If you had a time adjustment from 2019 to today, a condo going up from 305 to 318 in the 2-year window here is completely normal. So I don't see an issue with this at all, none. We're not at 370. What was the one cell? We're not at 370. We didn't notice them that high. We didn't even notice the condo that sold at 370. We didn't even notice them at 370. So we're still underneath these values. Even the 323 we're underneath. We're underneath the future sales if you wanted to hold that position. All right, that's it.
Okay. So you get 1 minute for closing, the final.
Okay, well, my final closing is, we went to look at 2019. The actual property did sell in 2019. I bought it for $249. And, not 305. I mean, I bought that property for $249 in October of 2019. And the value is what the person who's willing to buy and willing to sell it in 2019. Closed. Okay. I'm sorry. Hey, I don't do this.
It's all right. It's all right. Okay. So now it's our time to deliberate.
I see no problem with it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
No, I think we need to, that's the way they appraise, that's the formatted way of doing things, so I think 305, 16, I'm sorry, 318,860 to survey.
Yeah, the 249 in 2019 would certainly be a lot higher than that today.
Right now, absolutely. And-
Yeah.
And as Ray said, you know, the below the 323, which is more likely what that would sell.
That? Yes, okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2073, account number 65775, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we leave the 2021 assessment at 318,860.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. sir.
Okay, thank y'all for your time.
All right,
Thank you.
Now I'll be getting something in writing or whatever, like, oh, it's now, that's right.
yes.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Two more. Two more to go.
Who's in?
Okay, the next case is number 1718. Oh,
Okay,
yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Or we can, you want us to get it going here in a minute? Yes, perfect.
one 1718. Thank you.
The text doc, gray wall area where people cut across the common area, trying to cut through our roads if they came across the bridge. Oh, I didn't know about all this. So they would cut through, or other people just cut through.
This is Kenneth Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Here.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I have some questions for you. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1718, count 61333. This hearing is being recorded. Robert,
Q1 and Q2. being processed.
2122. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The board is at the table. The district will be representative will be at that table back there. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using survey form and the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created. It includes the result of the hearing and instructions on what you can do if you don't agree with our answer. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all your evidence? Yes. Good. Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest, and they're signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with the person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Recuse.
I, Kenneth Carnes, do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I request to do solemnly swear.
Mr. Carnes, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas? There should be a sheet of paper on your desk that gives the hearing procedure. That's the procedure we're going to follow. And you have a choice. Do you go first or does the district go first?
I would prefer to just
Right? 5 minutes.
Okay, let's let everybody see where the property is. May not be clear with Hughes Drive. Probably. Yeah. So Hughes Drive is a little study thing in Lamar. So Hagee touches, what is that, Bodark and Palmetto maybe? Yeah, and then Hughes Drive is a little bitty road right there in the middle of the estates, right outside of the estates.
Yeah.
Lamar subdivision. Scott, show them where the state park is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. Okay. Let's look at this real quick. We have Q1, Q2, which is market area. So we are going to look at this card. Go ahead, Scott. So there's a card coming up here. We got a value of 117 and we have a 4 NDL. And the small house is 840 square feet. That's the big though. We kind of talked about that already. And it's sales rate. Right, yeah. Okay, so there's a cell on South Lake, a mobile home, sold for $93,000. It's 696 square feet. Then there is a cell on 11 St. Charles Bay Drive for $100,000. It's also a mobile home, sold for $610,000. St. Charles Bay Drive is on the east side of Holiday Beach, the dry side of Holiday Beach, not quite dry. And then this is a little weird, given that this is in the grid, but I'll explain why. This is the purchase of the subject property, but this is a purchase in 2015 for $77,500. No, it's 2015. It's strange that it's in there, but I'll explain. And then there is a sale for a same. No, it's different. Okay, there's a sale for $100,000 on South Lake Drive in Lamar for a 2SS, 650 square feet. What I want to talk about on the sales grid is an issue that we're having in the county. So you see a cell in 20 and in 20 comps 2 and 1. They're both in 20. Comp 3 is in 20. The lowest one is 93,000. Then there's 100,000, and then another 100,000 there for 600 square feet. Well, one of them's close to 700 square feet. We call it 7. 650. The issue that we're having in the county, this house at 111 Hughes, I think was appraised the previous year in the like $40,000, 45, maybe 50. I can't remember. It was pretty low. Was it up there?
3.
That's the issue that we're having. So we're trying to comb through the county and deal with some of the really low value homes that are so low that if they were to sell, we would potentially be below 75% of the sale, which is a big problem for an appraisal district. Just being that low, that far below a purchase price is an issue for us. So we're trying to deal with some of the stuff, which is a really crummy thing to say out loud, right? We're coming through the county looking for low value things, trying to figure out how to raise them. That's terrible. But we're still having to deal with them. We're having to figure out how to deal with an example on this one would be in 2015, it sold for 77. We're valuing it at 43,000 in 2021 or 2020. That's an issue for us. You can tell that we're trying too hard because the median value is 96,000, not 117, meaning we noticed them over $20,000 too high. We're even high on equity, 117 on the market value. Median equity value is 101. We're comping Qs here. I'll be back to it later.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, please bring up the overhead view of the 3 houses used. And can you zoom in on those 3 houses? Okay. The history of these 3 houses, they were built identically in 1954 by the Sand Dollar. It was the marina manager, the hotel manager, and the restaurant manager homes, so that they were within a half mile of Sand Dollar Resort. These homes were built to house a manager in 1954, identically at the same time. These comps you have chosen not to show. I would like to focus on these 3 comps. This house was abandoned for 2 years after Harvey and slept without a closed roof. They went in and worked on it for, I don't know how long and spent, I don't know how much money, nearly double the square footage of the home. This house is still the identical floor plan and same building. Again, I would like to concentrate on these homes. When you spoke to me on the phone, you spoke about this home. And I don't know how much money they sunk into that home, but they made it not a third home to my home. It is now a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, almost twice the square footage. So different amenities from 1954. I also have one thing in here. You compared my house, somehow I know a 67-year-old to a 17-year-old. I don't have the same amenities as a 17-year-old home. Who in here stores their year's clothing, underwear, socks, all your clothes in 12 inches of closet space? These are houses designed for 4 persons, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. That is the closet space. It is not, it's built for a different lifestyle. It does not have today's amenities. And anything that you compare that is 67 years old to something 17 years old, you will know the difference. I can't sell my car as a 17-year-old car or a 2-year-old car because it's 20 years old. The facts do not change.
This seems to be a method to change those values. I'm trying to compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges. So if you could please bring up this house's tax, as I evidenced, and I believe that's 109. Please compare his role to mine. His appraised value to mine throughout. I cannot see how an identical house with a garage is valued less than my home. And you brought up many mobile homes and that kind of thing. That's oranges and apples. These are built different. These are, I am in a very small land lot. I cannot expand this house. Like, I do not have land. So I'm limited in what I can do with this home. I love the home and it serves a purpose well, but it is a limited purpose. It is not a home that we can move into and live. Could you, sir, could you have 12 inches of closet space with store your years worth of clothing? Now, in today's time, in the 50s, absolutely. Then you wear 4 or 5 suits. And they would be clean, and you would have your shirts and ties. And that's how men dressed. And women dressed for the It is just not a simple. That is an issue that I have that has not been explained. I have been in here before about this property, brought up these same points, which I'll did, or the board did, excuse me, specifically. What the board did was roll it back to where the 3 houses were in one. Now that this one house at 113 has been so extensively rebuilt, they kept 3 of the exterior walls. That's it. They added to the foundation. It's not the same house. Neither of your comps. I think I have better comps shown like you than the county districts. That is my main argument. I would like to see.
May I ask you a question real quick?
Sir,
Is this the house that's to the, I guess, to the right of
this is
yours?
the one that's further in. You said the Q Street goes through. Those papers on the end block it off. That's not.
No, I didn't say that, I said it's,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, this fence line here is where Q's is. So this home is the one that is a family. It's further in on Q's. I would sit here. Mr. Novice would sit here.
And that's the information underneath it for that house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have information for the house next door to you, we say it's a den.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one is that?
That would be 109.
Hughes?
61333.
And what is that assessed?
Excuse me.
What is that assessed that I can?
Well, too many numbers on the sheet for me right now.
we can verify it in tax, so, to make sure. That way there's no question about.
58 schools. But that's in that 2018.
Okay. The current tax roll would reflect the same type. True. Yes, different numbers. But
Yeah, well, we don't.
please compare those homes with mine. Specifically, since they rebuilt that other one so extensively that it is different from my home, please keep this. That is basically my argument. I don't know where I still on time, but
You're just about out of time.
excellent. Thank you. I was trying to keep that in mind.
Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I do have, a little bit of a cross examination. When you were saying we didn't use the comps, in our equity grid, we used 109 and 113 views in that grid.
What do you create?
And then when you were saying we didn't use them as comps, but we did, there's 109 and 113 right there.
So I was just trying to understand, because I would agree with you, like if we didn't use these two similar houses next door.
I have not seen this
Okay,
information.
all right. Okay, that's fine. That's what I was curious about. I wanted to tell you that I understand I agree with you in the sense about the mobile homes. Here's the problem, is if we would have comped residential houses instead of these mobile homes, then instead of the sales being 93, 100, and 100, they'd have been like 200. So then this grid would have looked really wonky. It would have been like we were trying to artificially inflate your value by going and finding comps that were twice as much as yours. Because a residential house in Lamar is selling for 200,000. And that's why we use multiples.
I do understand your point.
We don't think that you have a $200,000 house. I'm not trying to influence the board here and saying, ooh, residential sales are at 200. I'm literally saying a mobile home may not be a bad comp in this case. Value wise.
I can see your point. I do live in a mobile home in Bear County.
Yeah.
They do not act on the market like a cycle home.
Except in Aransas County because of the loss of the inability to get things here because there's such less supply. Mobile homes here often sell for $100,000. Or you some kind of number, and if you're from another town, you're like, what are people doing? It's just because they're trying to get here. They're willing to pay some silly number that they wouldn't pay.
Exactly.
Tax.
Exactly.
Right.
I bought this house before they completed the bridge causeway. So
Right.
it was one lane. Property values were extremely low. When I bought this.
Yeah.
I paid more than the appraised value because I expected the property value to increase. And it was more accessible across the bay.
Yes. Sir.
And it did. I
Yeah.
understand that. But this is, last time I was in, there was a huge increase on strictly my house, not the neighbors,
We raised your neighbors this time.
not
We
my
did.
me.
Well, maybe not, but we raised
My,
the guy next door that you're saying, the guy that remodeled, we noticed him at,
the one that is no longer comparable to my house.
but I'm just telling you, we noticed him at almost $200,000 because of that remodel.
That house he bought with no roof on it, they stripped one of the 3 walls. He paid almost what I paid for my house in 2015. Well, that's shut.
Be careful what you're saying.
Yeah, I think he was foolish. He dumped a ton of money. I think he's upside down in the house.
You might be, but I'm just saying, we know that we understand. We know there's a difference. We didn't notice all the same. We noticed him at 200. We know he's trying to sell it for like 285 or some crazy.
Exactly.
We get it. And it's just and it's a picture of what I said at the beginning, where when we are struggling with these $50,000 market values, because if they're going to sell it, they're not going to sell it for $50,000. So that's a problem for us. You're about to have some.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination or rebuttal.
I have seen what they've done to that. You've seen what they've done to
Yeah,
that.
it's photos online.
They have expanded it to the point that it is no longer a logical comp for my house. Now, the house, this house,
109.
109 is much more comfortable. It's an identical floor plan. Why did you bump me to 117 and bump him to 90? That does not make sense to me. And before, he was thousands of dollars less than me. Thousands, tens of thousands. He still is. Why?
Yeah, that's a question we need to try to answer. And I would ask you the question because you have better resident knowledge here than we do. Was the house next door to you ever in a state of condition of disrepair? The Nava house at the 109?
No.
Okay, I just needed to ask, because I was thinking maybe that was the answer, that there was some sort of like, abandoned feature.
No. This house is much nicer.
109, right, what we're talking about.
Much
Okay,
nicer.
That's fine. We won't shy away from answering that question. We'll look at it.
That is what I asked.
Okay, anything else?
I believe I've covered my point. Just please keep in mind that this one arbitrary number, the 60, it's actually where they're built, everything built. This is where I have the problem. This is what I don't understand. And 109 Hughes, comparable to 1970s. I could see that. Comparable to 2004. I cannot see that.
Okay,
Ray, you,
I'm done.
you're done?
I don't have
Okay.
anything else to say.
Any final thoughts? You got 1 minute if you'd like to tell us anything else.
I would simply like to thank the board for their time. Thank you.
We have an interesting set of numbers here. The grid says 96 and change. The house next door, which is pointed to, says 89 and change. I'm good for 90. Flat.
I would go, let's do that. Instead of that house, why should we do this?
He's currently going through another remodel also.
Been remodeled.
He's currently
I'm in the
remodeling again. He's remodeled since Harvey and he's remodeling again.
District, yeah, doesn't need to make it all.
I have two quick questions.
Oh,
And he doesn't come. He doesn't. He was waiting.
And this may help that. His is shown as a 4 MBL and 209 is 2 MBL.
He's too high. What is that?
Okay. The class, the number is a general indication of quality. 1 being very poor and 7 being excellent. And the MBL is mobile.
No,
Basically,
masonry.
Okay.
It's the cinder block.
Does that say right there?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's an indication of the kind of house, okay? And so a question in my mind, as I look at the grid is you know, yours showing a higher class of house than 109.
But I don't agree.
I don't either. I don't think I agree with that. And then, of course, the other thing you pointed out was the year, 2004, well, in comparison to 1970. So I'm
changed the house next door is 2 and 4. What difference does it make money wise if you change the 2?
as well as potentially affected years.
It appears that comp 1 is also way under assessed. If it's been remodeled, it's been,
That's our issue. Right?
You know,
This is the kind of one,
Which
Yeah.
is.
your neighbor, the one that you said he's remodeling again.
I don't know what I was doing. I know that we're painters there last.
even from the picture, you can tell
It's okay. What do y'all want to do? Y'all need to say
I'm-
anything?
I'm kind of with Charlie here. I think the 96, 85.
Yeah, as a
Okay. Compromise, you want to make the motion? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and account number 2021-708. That's the case number, account number 61333. For addressing the correct phase market value and favorable to the level, I would like to recommend that we reduce the value of the property from 117,180 to 85,000.
All in favor? Let the record show three ayes, 2 nays.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You understand the change?
Yes, sir. Okay. And I appreciate it.
Good stuff. What are those?
Our next case is gonna be
I already noted
187.
in, I submitted in
And the one that.
Well, we like
Let's-
1/1/27.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I did. I put 1/1/22 on the comp one for class and remodel. And
Photo and all that stuff. But that's fine. 'Cause that's-
Can we kind of expect this going forward, this type of rate?
Well, I think for right now, what you can expect from us is, we need to look at 109. I mean, there needs to be better balance between the two. But there's no doubt that that's what needs to happen.
That was my,
Yeah, that's not, I understand, for lack of a better word, that sucks.
felt like it did.
Yeah,
The market in general is going up around.
yeah.
It's crazy, and
Yeah.
it goes up, eventually must come down. We'd like to do that, yeah. Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
We have another, right, just one
Yeah, 1875 is the case number. 18701 is the property.
Okay. People know house next door. The entire family died from COVID.
Oh, no.
The entire family. 9 of 12 people. The only ones that survived are the kids. My son graduated with John's son. Small, I think.
It's the one with the garage. It's the first one. There's like 3 houses and not houses in the same house.
No, oh, no, no.
No, they actually weren't even all in Rockport. It's like that. They just somehow
There's
were
whole island.
susceptible to something.
Donald was the one that was supportive of the football team. It was always there. It's built like fireplace.
Stuff, yeah.
God, I couldn't believe that. Yeah, I'd been, a short time.
How old? How old? Was he old?
Younger than me.
My goodness,
Yeah, he was early 40s.
We're gonna go down this room. There is a table to the right, kind of behind the door, and that's where you're gonna sit. If you wanna head on in, this is. Right here? Yes, ma'am, right here. This is Cheryl Kay. And this is the ARB at the middle. Our district.
My goodness, I should be scared.
No. They don't fight.
It's gonna be terrible.
I didn't know it was that. Okay. Good morning.
What do you want? No, he's an easy one.
Well, y'all are gonna start laughing at me in a minute. I start talking.
This is case number
1875.
Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Yes, sir.
When I get down toward the end, I'll be asking a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Open a hearing on case 2021-1875, account 18701. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
Q2, equity values being protested here.
Q2. Where's Ray?
I think he went to the rest.
Stepped out of the bathroom.
Make sure we tell him when he gets back.
Okay. There is no protest form, but it was on.
It was online.
It was online.
I submitted it online.
Okay.
Q2. Appraisal Review Board, we are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent survey of your protest. The board is at the table. The appraisal district representative will be at that table back there. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. Ray, it's a Q2. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that outlines what happened, the result of the hearing, and instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you turned in all your evidence to the ladies?
My evidence is the same as it was last year. So,
Is it on the system this year?
it's on the system, nothing's changed,
She doesn't have any paperwork that she is bringing in.
correct?
Okay. But the
Just
stuff-
verbal things you can speak of.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
But no need to submit anything.
no, sir, I didn't feel like I needed to.
Okay.
No,
We
must be
cannot
differently.
bring up, just one thing, you refer to last year's evidence. We can't bring that up
Okay,
on our system
okay,
to view it.
so it all has to be taken care of differently every year,
Yes.
okay. That's okay,
But if you can speak to it,
not a problem.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
I, Cheryl Cave, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No,
There should be a sheet of paper on your table that shows the hearing procedure. No.
Walk off.
Yeah,
Probably.
they're popular.
thank you.
Okay, that's how we're gonna manage the hearing.
Okay,
And you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
okay,
Which would you
I
prefer?
think I'd like to go first.
In that case,
Might
you
cut
have,
down some time, hopefully.
you have 5 minutes.
5
I got
minutes to
5
begin
minutes.
with.
I resubmitted online a protest for our land on Egery Island that was valued at $139,000. When Harvey came through, excuse me, let me back up. At that time, we had a fishing cabin and a 500-foot pier on our land, on our lot and a half. So last year, I also put in for a protest, and it was approved, that we don't feel like our taxes should be that high because there's absolutely nothing on our lot anymore. When it was appraised, that was with the fishing cabin and the fishing pier. And so when I went online to tell y'all what I thought that we thought it was worth, I accidentally put in 10,000 and I meant 100,000. So I didn't put enough zeros in there. Yeah, I see you laughing over there. I feel pretty silly, but I didn't realize it was the last day to submit. So, and that is my story.
Okay.
Anything else? You'll have more time later. if you
Okay,
need.
fine.
Okay. All right, Ray, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so Q2 is under protest, which is equity amongst similarly and properly adjusted properties. Just, before I speak to that, can you go back to Picto, Scott? This is PID 18701. We raised the land on Egery this year. Scott, if you'll go to 63988, we're all gonna probably look at this for the maybe first time, I don't remember it, but this is a land sale. So that lot right there sold for 132.5. Where is that, Scott, in relationship to, none of us are extra familiar with Emery Island. right?
True.
So
That-
let's, okay.
Where was that? That's further around the curve.
This is a subject is right here. And this is that property. We're just-
It is a wider lot, and therefore it has more water frontage. And sold for 132.
It's a lot and a half.
It's a lot and a half, maybe, yeah. And then go to the subject lot again, Scott. Okay. So in looking at equity on our grid, what we did was we abstracted some residences off of the land and said, if you took how are we treating the neighbors basically in relationship to this subject? So we wanted to find lots that were close in size, and the only way to do that, I'm assuming the only way to do that here was to abstract the land, the resident off the land, the house off the land. So that's what's going on in this grid, is we're pulling the improvements off and saying, what's the land value? So you got 20,000. You got a 20,000 square foot lot, and you got it as a subject, and then you have a 17,000 square foot lot and a 17,000 square foot lot. I'm seeing some issues here that I'm not happy with. I'm sorry that I'm hesitating. And then count number 3 is a 13,000 square foot lot. So, ma'am, the district is going to say, it's my opinion that you shouldn't have been noticed at 139, that your value should be 115, and you're at 100. There's some things I don't like in what I'm seeing here.
Which would be what?
Well, I already had a concern, let me speak, I'll try to speak quickly here. I had a concern once I noticed that was a lot and a half that sold for 132. That doesn't mean, that shouldn't mean your lot is worth 139. It did that on the basis of square footage. But everybody in this room would rather have the extra waterfront. So that's an issue. It's just an issue.
But are these properties, aren't they taxed according to what's on the property as well? Like a homestead or?
But their value is going to be higher because of the other things.
Exactly, and that one y'all were comparing it to had a home on it.
That's correct. And that's why we pulled that value off. That's why we removed that value to compare it to yours.
Make adjustments.
It's all the management.
What I'm getting at is we can prove 139. I can prove that number. I'm not happy with that number. And I'm saying I'm at 115. I'm not going to hold to 139. I think 139 is an error for now.
Okay,
Until
thank you.
one sells for 139, and then I'm going to be proved wrong. But for now, you don't have it for sale, do you?
No, not yet. Okay. Would you like to buy it?
Don't tell us what you're going to try to sell.
No.
115 is where the district's at.
Okay. That it?
That's it. That's
Okay.
closing, that's everything.
Okay. So if you need it, you have 4 minutes for cross-examination and rebuttal. If you don't,
I
that's fine.
don't, thank you very much.
Okay. Let's just go straight to closing. He said he's done. So any final thoughts?
No, I'm fine with that, thank you.
Okay. 115? Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion then on case ID 2021-1875, account number 18701. When considering appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value of this land, that we reduce the 2021 appraised value from 139,320 to 115,000.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Thank you.
Did you guys receive a phone call from us? Before this, did you, an informal phone call or anything?
No,
You know why? Because when you put 10,000 in there,
I mean,
we would, when we see that
that's funny
stuff,
joke,
well,
yeah.
we think people are irate.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Oh, it's our
Sorry.
$10,000, so we're like,
Oh,
I'm not even calling that person.
Yeah, yeah, no, I had, last year I had filled it online as well, and they okayed it online.
You
So when I
probably would
went
have got a
back,
phone call from us if that.
Well,
had
yeah.
zero in there.
I mean, I'm walking in here feeling a little kind of silly.
No. I'm just
But
letting you
also,
know.
I feel like I needed to talk to y'all about it.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm okay with it.
Okay, good.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for your time. Y'all scared me at first. Like, whoa, detective show. Bye, y'all. Thank you.
Have a good day.
I'll let you know when any 10 o'clocks arrive.
Okay.
Okay.
We was at Walmart in Colorado. Had some pictures of all this back in the day. Take a film. And gave him a credit card. And we got called to the customer service area or whatever, and they had the credit card company had declined the purchase.
Okay.
What's going on? Because I was another part of the county. And explained that when the little girl that was at the cash register was swiping our card, she was having a problem reading, getting to read. So she was like, like swiping $5 or $6. Well, they said, the credit card company said that a lot of times when they get multiple quick swipes like that, it's an indication that the cashier is under duress. Somebody's got a gun to their head or something.
And you could threaten the cashier.
Yeah, evidently, and, I know I had a beard, probably looked pretty grungy.
Well, do you threaten her like that?
You're supposed to be nice to the cashier.
That's really embarrassing when you get turned down.
Yeah.
It really is. I just give them another credit card.
What the hell?
We bought some furniture
Back
in
then,
Houston a couple years ago. We were looking at new furniture, and we were up in Houston for a doctor's appointment. My wife has surgery on her face, cancer surgery. Anyway, took like 30 minutes to do that. She goes, well, let's go over there and check out our furniture over in Houston. So it's like, oh, okay, we'll do that. So we walk in, and about 2 hours later, we walk out with the couch, the easy chair. I mean, it was everything that we were looking for, a couple of rugs, tables, end tables, everything. And so I'm looking at the credit card going, wow, if we put all this on there,
That's interesting.
plus what we had on there,
Yeah.
just
That's not what I expected.
for the month, will
No, I expected it.
exceed our limit. It's like, well, let me just, on my phone here, I'll just quickly move money and make the credit card balance zero. So I did that. And then we use the credit card and say, now it's running. Well, evidently, that's a huge red flag. when people
Oh,
do
really?
that. Yeah. Well, so they decline the card. Of course, then my phone starts ringing and it's like, who's that? And so eventually we got it all figured out. And we talked to real people.
That's unusual.
And we came home, we were telling the story to a neighbor of ours that's a bank fraud auditor. She goes, oh yeah. She goes, that's a huge red flag. I go, it's like, why is that? She goes, people will pay off a small balance, a couple $1,000, and then put, the full amount on there, and then it's fraudulent. It's like, well, it does. And she goes, I know, but that's just the way it looked like to the credit card company. So
they pay off like a $2,000 balance and then put 10,000 back on it?
exactly, and that's about what we did. Those
So
are
why is
about the
that fraud?
numbers, Well, I guess the credit card companies, a lot of times the second large charge will be fraudulent. So
Oh,
that's
like
How would
that's a
somebody pay?
flag to them.
How would somebody that was fraudulent do that?
I don't know,
I'm sure they have ways.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, this bank auditor friend of ours said, oh yeah, that's a That's a classic scam kind of thing. Okay.
Don't do
We're trying to
that again.
scam anybody.
The craziest thing was once when my wife she was out at the wildlife refuge and going on one of these nature walks or whatever with a group, and somebody broke into a bunch of cars, busted the window, and stole her purse. So she was out at the refuge, and I started getting phone calls. I got at least 2 phone calls from credit card companies, because while the credit card company is talking to me on the phone, they're seeing charges coming in, like at the Sears and the Exxon station and stuff like that. So I mean, they turn those things off real quick. So I had all her credit cards. I knew the numbers. At least we had, like Texaco and things like that. And the funniest one was the Texaco fraud number, or the number on the back of the card. You call it and you get a recording. It says leave your name, the account number, the date, time of the incident, and so on and so forth. And after the tone, right? And he goes beep, and you start saying, "This is Scott Waggart, beep." Gave you less than 5 seconds to do the 15 things they wanted information on.
You have to talk a lot.
Yeah, I know.
It's one you can understand.
That's true.
the key. Yeah. Sometimes if that happens, I'm not being racist here, Indian, dialects that I can't understand. Sometimes I'll just ask to speak to somebody else because I can't understand. Why? Did you beat?
Yeah, right.
They're all Indian.
Mhm. Yeah, and they're in
Thank you for
India.
your call.
They're
My
not
name
here,
is Chuck.
they're over there.
Because they answer, they'll answer, thank you for your call. My name is Steve. I bet it is.
Yeah, right.
It's a good imitation, but theirs are worse.
I bet it is. Yeah, that's right.
What was the guy's name at IBM that when you submitted a speak up, it was the same name. So IBM had a program where if you wanted to submit an issue or a problem, and they all got attention. I mean, they all got looked into. But the letter you got back, no matter where you were in the company or who you submitted, it was like Bill Samansky or something like that. I mean, they just had a standard name they put on the response letter. I don't think they have that program anymore.
Oh, really? I haven't looked,
1:30.
You think so?
I haven't looked at it. Usually it does.
Want to know.
Well, I mean, half don't show up, but they've been showing up.
Yeah, that's great.
But I said when I walked in, I just hope today's a little more uplifting than yesterday was smart.
Yeah,
I felt bad for you.
I know, you do. I'm just except
Oh, you're talking about Illinois?
yeah, because the ones like right on north, they can't sell those.
That's a walking advertisement for not buying a condo.
My dad was one of those that he absolutely had this just hated the idea of a condo because he said, once you own it, you still are making payments on it. He said, it's just, you never fully, because there's maintenance fees and there's, if it needs a new roof, then they give you an assessment and there's an assessment for everything, especially if you have an HOA.
Particularly in the Lake. They got $80,000. They haven't done yet.
And before that, they all got hit with 25,000 for a new roof, and they put those stupid slate roofs on the things, and those things are just like, they pop off in a strong wind.
A neighbor of mine had a house in Florida. He retired in Florida before he came here. And he had a Spanish tile. He called it Spanish missiles.
I really thought Key Lake Road was going to, not outlaw, but whatever the word is.
Ban those.
Ban those things, because they are
Well,
missiles.
how about the guy on Key Lake Road on the Bay Shore that had the seashells on his house? They all blew off. It's on the bay side.
But it was on there since
They
the
were
fifties,
missiles.
but, or sixties really, but yeah, but they were missiles.
Seashell roof or on the side of the house?
Seashell roof.
Roof.
I
Oh, wow.
had it for years.
To this
Years.
day, no kidding, there is, you know those tin things that they put the tar paper down with, it's a tin disc.
Yeah.
And they hit, and they put the tar paper on. There's one in the side, on the cedar siding of, I don't remember which house, but it's one of our houses. It's stuck into the cedar siding, it's still there.
Still there.
It's still there today, it's stuck in there, I left it like, damn, that's a hard win
Yeah.
for one of those little tin things, because they don't weigh a few grand.
Right. We had in our brick on our house, we had oak tree leaves just, stuck
in the.
into the little rough parts of the brick. There wasn't a whole bunch of them, but
With Harvey, we have a chain link fenced area for our dogs. And when I came back, of course, the fences were knocked down, generally knocked down. But I had, the top rail
Okay.
of one of those sections of fence was hanging out off the end of the section of fence. It's like somebody had taken it
Oh, and
and
worked
pulled
it
it
out.
and pulled it. How you could do that? I mean, I know it was the tornadoes or something.
Was the
Yeah.
fence still standing? Or was
The fence was still standing,
pulled that out?
but that top rail, I mean, there's nothing to grab
Yeah.
onto, right, from a wind standpoint.
Yeah.
I would have expected to get blown over or something like
Right.
that.
You didn't have any of that wall of water that came across Coconut?
No, where we're at is on Salt Lake, and the only path,
You on a ridge or a cove?
we're Cove,
Your cove?
yeah.
Okay.
So the only channel that goes, the main channel that goes out to Coconut Bay is right across Salt Lake from us. It's just, maybe 100 yards, right? And there were about 5 of us right in a row. We had no flooding, and the water, just based on the debris line, was maybe a 3-foot water. I've had higher tides. And so what we figured is the water came in through that channel and just spread out left and right, went around the backside of Salt Lake. And of course, people on the channels in the back, they got flooded because there was no place for
We got
water
a
to go.
sandbar between you.
And we got a little sandbar.
Between you and the entrance too.
That too.
Somebody told me that, I don't know if this is true or not, that in that area someplace that during the hurricane, the water basically got sucked out of those areas and then
We heard
blown
that.
back in again. I don't know what height it was, but it was like a big wave that came back and it pulled it all out.
I can imagine.
It's
Yeah.
It did happen, and,
Over at Holiday Beach. I
Is that
think.
and that's one of the reasons that you saw, it was horrible. Because we were in LaGrange, where we evacuated to just outside of LaGrange anyway. But coming back in 2 or 3 days later after the storm, there were refrigerators, washers and dryers caught up in the fence in the wildlife refuge
Yeah.
that had come from the Coconut Bay side.
Yeah.
And
Was it from Coconut Bay side or from?
and cattle. There were dead
Yeah,
cattle
dead
that were
cows,
hung up in the barbed wire fence that was a good 2 miles past that electric station that just got completely,
Okay.
and that got completely wiped out by water. That
Yeah.
wasn't wind damage, that was the water
Water
that
damage,
came
okay.
through and twisted all that
Okay.
electrical stuff that caused us all to be out of electric
Lot of weird
service
things,
for as long as we were.
that going down 1069 from towards Aransas Pass before you get to 188. And there's section of road that has a big power line.
A duck hunting there.
Big, and they were old, like, I don't say 4 foot,
Big,
huge
wood.
poles. They were
Yeah.
wooden poles, they
Yeah.
were metal poles. And you drive down that road and for like a mile, about
Snapped them
15
off.
feet off the ground, they were snapped off.
Yeah.
That is just weird.
Canoe Lake
Kind of
and
force
Canoe
to
Lake
do
and
that.
Little Bay both did the same thing.
They
Okay.
got sucked out?
Yeah, it was just when the eye wall came over, it just sucked all the water out. And then after the eye wall passed over, it came all roaring back in.
Yeah.
Sort of like when the big ships come in,
Okay.
through the,
Intercoastal there.
well, through the jetties at Port Aransas.
Oh, okay.
If
Yeah.
if you're wade fishing
Yeah.
along the intercoastal and a big ship's coming,
Yeah.
get up on the bank, because all of a sudden you'll feel the water going out.
Yeah.
And what happens is you can actually lose your footing because
Sucks you back out.
the shore is
Okay.
going underneath
Yeah.
your feet too.
Yeah.
So you could actually get sucked out, and then that wall of water comes back, and it can come back at like 4 to 5 feet,
Oh, yeah.
depending on the weight of the
Knock you
ship.
down.
Yeah.
And it will.
Yeah. People don't realize the force of moving water.
Hydraulics are
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah.
It's too bad
Oh,
you're
the Bay of
60
Fundy.
before you figure out.
Yeah,
This is cool.
yeah.
Is that Nova
Goes
Scotia
backwards.
or?
It's up there somewhere.
Yeah, I was there and someplace in Canada, and a restaurant that their claim to fame was that when the tides
Yeah.
came in, they went, when they went out, the water was coming up. I don't know what it is, but in reverse. So where it shouldn't have been, it would go, and then it would go back out.
Yeah.
It's
This-
really
this
weird.
wild
See
The Bay
water
of
running
Fundy?
up, no, it was water running uphill, basically, over some kind of fall.
Okay.
Is that the Bay of
Fundy.
is that the Bay of Fundy?
Mhm.
That's an amazing thing if you've ever seen it.
Oh, yeah. It's just like,
20-foot
really?
tides.
That can do that?
20-foot tides.
Wow. God.
And it comes
Every
in,
day.
and it comes
Every day,
in,
really?
it comes in like
Okay.
a wall, It's like a wall. It's not
Okay.
like a gradual increase.
Right.
And the birds and stuff are just, they're surfing on the,
Yeah.
on the wave as it comes in.
Where I go in Alaska, we're down in Kenai, which is on the Kenai Peninsula.
Is that real southern?
It's about three.
South of
it's three.
Okay.
It's a peninsula, it's about, where we go is about 3 hours and 15 minutes south of Anchorage. Beautiful drive. But
Yeah.
anyway, house we stay in is right on the river, on the Kenai River, and they have tides there in the river that can be anywhere from 10 to 30 feet. And if you can watch them come in, it's almost like this, wall. And there's a place called Turning an Arm, which is where Captain Cook came in like 3 times trying to get into Alaska. And it was a dead end. So that he tried it. So they call it Turning an Arm. It's a big body of water. But anyway, when those tides come in, they come in a wave that's like, over your head, and it just engulfs this entire big body of water. It's amazing to watch. Doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
When it does, it's huge. But yeah, you every day the tides are different in the river, and sometimes they're 10 feet, sometimes they're no feet, sometimes 12, sometimes they're 30.
Gotta go to Alaska someday.
I've never
Beautiful.
been there.
It's a
I've never
beautiful
been there.
place.
I've been all over the world, but I've never been there.
If you want to drive one way, I'd love to go with you.
Ah,
If I want to do what?
If you want to drive one way, I'd love to go with you.
You know what?
I've been up there and back on the Alcan Highway. It's a beautiful drive. And if I made it again, I just would like to go one way because it's about 5,000 miles up there.
My husband did it when his son moved to Alaska. And they had a great, big, huge thing they were towing because he was moving up there.
Okay.
This was 20, 30 years ago. And my husband said, I'd asked him for years, since we go there every year, let's drive one time.
Mhm.
In the car and leave it up there or whatever. He said, never did. One time, I told him that thing, and he said, we're all just, windshield time. They
Yeah.
never stopped, just drove,
yeah.
stopped to sleep, drove,
Those
drink, drove, more. But he said, never do it again. I
Okay.
know, he said, but some part of the Alcan Highway, it's like a four ring.
I don't know when he went, but I went back in the mid-70s with my dad, and most of the road was gravel. And now it's all paved, so it's a much better drive.
Highway's like a speedway.
Just
Right.
gorgeous, gorgeous scenery, especially in the Yukon Territory. I mean, just miles and miles of spectacular scenery.
I've been all over Alaska. Usually, when you every year we would do a different flyout to someplace to see. So I've been on whatever that one is, the name of the top of the last.
Oh, McKinley.
I've been in, going north of that.
Oh, Prudhoe Bay, is that area?
Prudhoe Bay.
Okay.
Been up there, gone up there and just wanted to see, I don't ever go there.
Oh, it's a
Healthy.
desolate desert.
Oh, you watch the ice road truckers.
Yeah.
You know, and that,
We have a,
Yeah.
We
have
have
a
someone
thing.
here.
we have a thing.
Start at 10 o'clock. Case 1401.
The first time I went to Prudhoe Bay, I flew.
And I will go get her and whoever else needs to come back.
Yep. When they were trying to, all the hand war, Alaska National Wildlife Refuge stuff. Of course, all the oil companies ever wanted was the coastal plain. You know, they didn't care about this stuff. You know, just that thin, but you fly into Prudhoe Bay and it literally it's like a dot on the landscape.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's 40 or 50 miles of, stuff, but it's like a dot on the landscape.
But it's horrible.
It is, yeah, it's gravel, there's
Dust and dirt.
yeah. Mosquitoes.
yeah, they're getting the beer.
And black flies. I've heard, I don't know.
But no,
Black flies.
flies are north, we have the Prudhoe Bay, but the mosquitoes are like eagles up there.
Never
People
been.
joke it's a state bird.
Yeah, right.
One of our stores was in Temple and we always had retired military for salespeople a lot of the cases. One of our salespeople was a retired military guy. He worked for us for a number of years and decided that he was going to take some time off. He took his motorhome and hooked his four-wheel drive truck behind the motorhome, and behind the truck was his boat. And they took off from Temple, Texas, and drove all the way up the Calcan Highway. And he broke down. And he was handy guy. So he didn't have a lift, or where to live this Winnebago. So he tripped over a trench. And he got on his back and it was underneath him. He was working and he was, God, what is that smell? It made him want to, like retch. And he would get up and the smell would go away. And then he'd get back down in the dirt. And oh, God. And finally he tied, like shirts around his face. So
Yeah.
I was like, and come to find out where he broke it down, walking down this trail through the woods was an old trapper. And this old trapper had trap lines, and he would catch things.
Okay.
And then he would take the bear claws, he would take the hides, and he would soak them in lye.
Right.
As they would rot.
Yeah.
And then he would take some, and he would just like bury it.
And so
And
you're
apparently,
digging it up.
the everything stuck close to the ground.
Yeah.
The smell was all close to the ground, but once you got up past about knee high, you had clear air. And he ended up having to get like a water pump or something like that for the 454 that ran the motor.
Yeah.
And he made friends with the trapper, of course, and the trapper was going to take him up to the Indian reservation because he knew that there was an old 454 block sitting in the middle of the.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna go to the right. The table you're sitting at is to the right of this store.
And they smuggled whiskey.
Right over here, Miss Deborah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought you-
Gave it to the guy.
This is Pauline
Take
Devereaux.
what you need. True story.
Hey.
Howdy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
1401.
Did you find Scott?
He's in his office. I told him.
Okay, he'll be here.
Is this candy to make us sweeter?
Can I go
You
ahead?
bet. Now you just start getting all
Okay.
jittery.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat
Yes,
of the
sir.
matter. As I go through the script, I'll have some questions toward the end.
Yes, sir.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1401, account 59675. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
It is online and it's Q1, Q2.
Got it right? Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The board is at the table here. The appraisal district is represented by Ray, sitting back there. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, there'll be a document created with what we ruled on, and it will also contain instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with this. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you submitted all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's actually 4 pictures
That's fine.
and they changed the order.
It's okay.
I brought a contingency just in case it didn't work. I used
Okay.
to work for the Air Force, so I know.
Okay. Backup.
Yes, sir.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's what you do.
Okay, I, Pauline Devereaux, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and accurate.
Thank you.
David Blackett, so I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Okay. I was mistaken. Mike Soto is the appraisal district representative.
How are you doing, man?
Okay.
Mike, Q1, Q2.
Got it?
Do you, ma'am, hold oh, did you swear in?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Do you have a license as an appraiser in the state of
No,
Texas?
sir, I do not.
Okay. There's a sheet of paper with a pen on it to your left.
Yes, sir.
That sheet right there has the procedure that we'll be following throughout the hearing. You get to choose whether you go first or Mike goes first.
I would like to go first, if that's okay.
You have it. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, like I said, my name is Pauline Devereaux. I'm here today to talk about the land appraiser, not the house, but just the land. And if I could go to the pictures. Okay. And I brought my little pointer.
Okay, great.
There first. So this is in a different order, but that's okay. My house says here, and you'll see in a minute the RV park here. Whereas, well, and here's the RV park. Now I'd like to go to across here. I think it's the next picture. And it's, okay, so now, oh, that's it. So this again is my house with this, and you'll notice that the house is here, which is also, this house here is $20 a square foot for the land value, and these are, and mine is. And I'd like to say that there is a typo on my form. I'm not wanting to lower this to 13, I want to lower it to 18. I feel like that's fair. The reason I say that is because up here, they enjoy a lot more privacy and stuff, and they don't have anyone behind them. Whereas in my house right here, this actually happened. I walked outside of my nightgown. Yeah, because there is a fence here, but this is also a 2-story Yes. And there are men up here fixing the windows and they can look right over. And so that is kind of worrisome. But I believe and I pray that it will go to 18. The reason I also say that is Chief Soto might say, you knew the trailer park was there when you bought the house. And he would be right. I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it would be as loud, but I'm not really asking to move the trailer park. I'm just asking for an equitability so I can enjoy the privacy like they do. However, if this cannot be lowered to 18, I'm requesting that those be higher. And then this right here is just another picture of my house versus the ones that are $20 a square foot of this. And as you can see, there is a lot of empty land here. And there's a hotel right here. So it's quite a distance away. Now, I will tell you, I love Rock Park. We bought our house 3 years ago here with preparation to retire in 5 years from Randolph Air Force Base. We were coming back and forth from Randolph. My husband just recently, because of the COVID, got permission from the general to work from home. So now we're here full time and we see a little bit more. I do see a lot of people traveling up and down this road, yelling, they're happy. You know, the radios are going on, but okay, that's a little bit of a hindrance. And that's okay. What does bother us, and I'll tell you why, the RV park, the people come out and walk their dogs, and some of the people are not as, what's the word? It's not as, yes, because they let their dogs defecate and then they don't pick it up. And we had our 6-year-old grandson there, and they were all playing, and grandson ran and slipped in them. We had to clean him up, and he was crying. The other kids didn't know what to do, so we brought him in. So all the other grandkids came in to sit with him. We try our best when we're outside to try to look in the ground and stuff, because I know that's going to happen, and not everybody is as caring. But I just would like to request to have some, to change this to 18. And that's all I have to say.
All right, Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right. On the surface, the subject property owner brought a, from all exterior observances, a very reasonable request. Hey, we're just different than the people, you know, like this mobile home park or this park is right behind us. That one's different because it doesn't have a mobile home park. And I would agree, they're just different. I mentioned this in another hearing. I have to say that during that hearing, I was upset with the board's decision in listening to that methodology. Having said that, I recognize that there's a difference between the properties to the north and the properties to the south. It doesn't mean that this one's any less, in my opinion, any less valuable. But that's for me to rectify with paired sales analysis and to go through all that. And I agree. I don't think that yours should be any less. I think maybe the ones up there are more valuable because of what you just mentioned. Again, but that's my burden of proof to show in future years in a paired sales analysis. Having said that, subject property owner, I'll just go through my evidence of what I have and present my best case. Again, in the grand scheme of things, the subject property is assessed at $345. What she's essentially asking for is less than a $15,000 adjustment because she's asking for 18, which means that on the 7,486 square feet, that would render, like if the board were to decide in that way, again, a very reasonable request, it would be a $14,972 adjustment. So not unreasonable. We're not very far apart.
Yes, sir.
Let me go through my presentation. And so you can see that the sales, the subject is 0.1 Primrose. It is the one on the end, so it does have the unobstructed view. I think in the previous case where the person was presenting, you know, they said that they didn't have a view from their front porch. They had, something I didn't bring up at that hearing is they had a view from their back porch. We didn't go into that. This has a view from the front, the side, but they do have the RV parking. So I'm gonna say it again, there's a difference between those properties, going to pictometry, if you don't mind. There is a difference between being up against this as opposed to being up against nothing. You know, just from a people next to you kind of thing. I mean, yeah. But the subject property enjoys, you know, sweeping views of Aransas Bay. It's beautiful. It's a nice home. What are the sales that we have to support the market value? We have Q1 and Q2. Again, the very first sale that we have is on 37 Primrose. If we can go to 59671, just pull pictometry again. I just want to show 671. It's going to be this one. So I think everybody would agree that this shares a congruent RV park. This person bought it knowing there's an RV park. And would we all agree that this view is superior to this view? I think everybody would agree that that's the case. So let's go back to that particular one. That one sold for $324. Now, what are the differences between that sale and the subject? Right? That's a fair comparison. Like, hey, this is a sale. I've got the RV park behind me. So does that person, right? What's the differences? Well, there's a slight difference in the land size. It's pretty high value for that stuff. Also, this one is the comp is actually bigger, so there's a negative adjustment when you get to the MA. This one produces a value of 350. It's a pretty good comp. It shares the similar back fence, and it's less viewed. And it's almost, you know, there's an adjustment for the size, and there's an adjustment for the land. So that's producing a value of 350 on a 324 sale. The biggest thing that's for the subject property owner's property is just they got that sweeping view. This comp doesn't. The other comps, I don't know if they're as good, meaning they're not as congruent. Let's go into this 30 Primrose. That one sold for $250.
You want to see it
I
on
want to see the
picture?
pictometry.
Okay.
Recognize the median value of 350 supports the 345 that we have on it. And that was
664. It's right there.
yeah, so we would all agree that this view is better than this. That's exhibited in the land value alone. This is the most congruent with the subject. It shares the same line as far as the wood fence in the back. Let me go to equity. There's another sale right there. Let me go to equity. Equity is just, we're trying to do the best we can with the land tables that we have. The information that shows the median equity value when you go through all of these, not necessarily sales, just of the properties, produces a value of 359, which supports the 345 that we have on it. Again, I'm going to affirm to you that what the subject property owner is telling you is correct. Like from the standpoint of, I'm different than those people to the north. Absolutely, I agree. I don't necessarily agree that your value should go down. In fact, this sale supports that that's not the case. The other property owner that you heard from before was right here, and I disagreed with that decision by the board, but again, that's why we're here. So she's not asking something that's unreasonable. That's my best case.
Okay. So ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer if you need it. If it's not.
I agree with what Chief said. And I would like to enjoy the 18 this year. And then if they needed to go up to 20, thereby changing the other houses, I think that would be fair. I do. Again, Chief Soto's right. I have a wonderful view and I appreciate it and I share it with my neighbors. and we're lucky enough because we got this house at a very good price. God brought us here for a reason, and He showed us things. My only thing is, like I said, I'm not asking to move the trailer park, and I'm sure they aren't either. We would just like to have equitability or fairness. In my heart of hearts, I agree with you. 20 is probably right, not for this year, but for next year. And I feel like these should be higher, and even these. And my neighbors would probably kill me if they knew I was saying that. But in all fairness, they don't have a trailer park or RV park like I have. They have the views of the front house. This house does too. And then all of these enjoy the privacy where these don't. So in my thinking, I would like to request this go to 18 this year. And then when Chief Soto next year starts to reevaluate all of these houses, if he feels it should go to 20, which I think he will, then I think that these that do not have the RV parked behind them, which should increase for fairness. That's all I really have.
Okay.
All right, Mike, you've got a minute to close.
Yeah, Mrs. Devereaux presented a very good case. But ultimately, in the previous case that was presented for Heron's Roost, again, I'll say for the third time, I disagreed with that position by the board, but will agree that these here, this one and this one, enjoys really superior view on these, what's called side streets. These are superior by far because they have no, they're not contending with an adjacent property, either from vacant land or from an RV park, which if you were to say, if you want this house or that house, which one do you want? You and 99 other people want that house over there. Why? Because one of two things. One, they're not contending with the RV park. And two, they're not contending with the western sun. They get good shade in the afternoon, right? Those are just obvious things. Now, what does the market tell us in regard to those things? Well, we have a sale right here for one that backs up to an RV park, for a view that's not as good as the other, as the subject. Again, what the subject property owner and I are contending, 345 or 14 less, or you can just go somewhere in the middle. So that's all I got. You presented a really good case. Thank you, ma'am.
So you have
I don't have anything else.
1 minute to close if you need it. Any final thoughts?
I will take the minute. I don't want to waste your time, and I agree with everything Chief said. A lot of these people in the neighborhood are using their second homes. There's a lot that are here that are not second homes. Mine, it's our primary. And so we're here all the time. Whereas the house you were referring to, Chief Soto, it is their second home. They live in Houston. They have done a lot of work on this house. And they're not there as much as we are. This guy here is a doctor, he's a pediatrician. His wife has got medical issues. He hasn't been there in 3 years. And this man right here, this is their second home because their home was hit in some port here around. And so they had by the hurricane. So they're living here and in Corpus. So a lot of these houses do not really live by, or they're not here full time like we are. Again, I don't want to argue that because I think you're right. I would just like to have mine lowered this year. And then if you feel next year you need to raise it by raising those, I'm doing it. That's all I have.
Okay.
I'd like to see the land on 59677, please.
Which one is that, Julie?
Next to one in the center of the circle. I hope it is.
59677, right? We'll verify real quick. Let me see. So that's 59677.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
What's the land?
Land is 130,000 and it is 6,520 square feet.
Yeah, it's $20 a square foot.
Yes, sir. All of those houses in the circle right there.
$20.
So,
Is there any way to see the granularity of the land table? No, just for my information.
Like the range?
Yeah, I'm suspecting that that whole area is probably the same land table.
I want to say that you're talking about when the land table changes from like a superior view.
Yeah, or just that Heron's Roost,
Yeah,
is everything,
Just pick a number and we'll tell you what the land table is. I mean, we'll show you the land. Just pick one.
One in the back.
yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, pick this one. Am I allowed to say that?
Well, it was his question, but.
Oh, I'm so
No,
sorry.
go ahead, if you have a suggestion, because you
Well,
just did
because
everything.
this one has got a lot of land, but it's only 6 point something square foot. Whereas some of these in the way back are like 12.
Right.
I just didn't understand that. I'm so sorry, but
No,
I
no,
didn't
that's-
understand. And he's got a lot of land.
It's due to probably to an economy of scale kind of.
Yeah.
What's the original, there's an adjustment for the large size, but what's the original land table price? I can't see.
$13 a square foot.
How many?
13.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was
Yeah.
6. I apologize.
Well, there was an adjustment,
Okay.
so what you saw would probably support your calculation of 6. Okay.
Take $1 off, make it 19. Yeah.
I mean, I definitely.
Because there is a
appreciate that
difference.
issue.
There is a difference between the situation of that center
I wouldn't want to have it.
and the one next to the trailer park.
I don't disagree with that.
And so take $1 off.
You did really good. You had a
Thank
great
you.
presentation.
And it also affords you an opportunity to up on those next year.
Well, here's the thing, and it's funny, and they're gonna make a decision, I think.
No, I'm sorry.
But you and I should talk.
Okay.
484.
Ultimately,
Make it 338,
ultimately,
480.
I recognize that these here are
330,
these are
480.
superior. And these are somewhere between, they're not quite as good as these, but they're better than this.
And see, if you walk out,
But if I have a cell in here, I could do a period cell analysis and do some adjustment, like I could look at this cell and then
Go ahead and
I
make a motion.
have a cell in here,
Mhm.
then I'm able to
Go ahead,
discern.
go
ahead and make a motion.
Layer abstraction method.
Yeah.
Tell me what that is.
So I'm gonna make a motion
I
then.
apologize. I feel for y'all because I know that's hard to do.
I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1401. Account number 59675. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 345,070 970 to 338,408.
Is that 19?
It's between, yeah.
It's a dollar.
Well, it's their
Thank
decision.
you.
Say it again, 338,
480.
480. Okay, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Thank y'all so much.
Very nice,
Well, thank you.
We don't have any other sign-ins on the 10 o'clock, so once we give it about 3 more minutes, I think you'll be adjourned till 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk it out. Bill sent- or Bill sent a-
Recess.
that was about- I was scared to death.
But I'm looking at the land that I don't think that the district will come back and do that kind of granularity between two ends of
No, as I remember, and I could be
I
wrong.
remember that.
I remember that, yeah, you have those front ones are a higher price because of the view, and then the back is the
And
difference.
some of the ones in the very back, they just, back up.
Yeah.
Well, the very back is dry. It could be anywhere in the county, country club. It could be, just anywhere. So,
But they do have the money.
yeah, they get to listen to trucks all the time. Kind of, there's a lot of
Potentially
trees in there, buffers it.
Potentially the best homestead over 65 kind of neighborhood in the whole county. Like, for bang for your buck. Heron's Roost is always clean.
Oh, it's very nice.
Everything's real uniform. They paid real close attention to like making it very pleasant and congruent.
Except for the trailer park. It's quiet.
Yeah. I mean, if you were thinking about retiring to Rockport and you didn't want to spend $500,000, it might be the spot.
Like the guy yesterday, that had the place across from, Lighthouse Inn, kind of,
Uh-huh.
You need to be younger to have that.
Yeah, right. You want to keep up with,
You want to be able to come down or live there and then walk over to Benchwarmers or walk to Boiling Pot or go, I've never been, but hang out at Lulu's or something, and then walk home and or ride the golf cars, whatever. But you want to be in the thick of it.
Right.
You want to be in Oyster Fest.
Yeah.
But here in Drews, it's so far removed from all of that, except for the trailer park. It's and the trailer park's probably only rowdy weekends. And a lot of that price is just some palm trees.
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Bamboo. But yeah, I get it, yeah.
Your autograph, I should say.
Is that it now?
That's it. Nobody else has signed in.
All right.
Okay.
I am gonna.
Go have breakfast for that matter.
Yes, David. 24.
Mine's at 79% or something, it just,
I'm trying to decide if I want to change mine. No, this one doesn't go sideways. This goes up and down, but as I scroll through, it sometimes pulls forward with my finger on it. It pulls forward the previous case.
Yeah.
Just
And
hit it with your finger.
I get confused.
Just hit it, and then it'll go back, it'll come to the one that's current. It'll eliminate them. You're saying that looking at a case now, sometimes it'll bring up the same case.
Yeah.
But it does that.
Do y'all have to make a motion to whatever, or can I just,
To reset.
no, we can just go, right?
provided to you with our determination. This will be in a letter that comes out after this hearing by snail mail. And it will include the results of this hearing and instructions of what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Elizabeth, do we have all your evidence?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, I submitted everything well over a week ago, as well as when I submitted the initial protest form.
Okay, very good. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming, Elizabeth, that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you sign the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Elizabeth, are you a licensed appraiser?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do you perhaps have the hearing procedure times chart available?
Yes, sir, I do.
Excellent. That's how we're going to run the hearing. You have a choice of whether the district goes first or you go first. What would you choose?
The district can go first.
Okay, Mike, comment.
Yeah, before you start, I want to point out that the only things that are protested are market value, and the other that says other, it says property market value way too high. So they're really essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
It says property has no utilities, and then she writes some other things, but it's essentially the same thing.
Q5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to just go into my evidence at this point. Subject property is a vacant lot in the Manning, I believe it's the Manning subdivision. Downey Mathis subdivision. Downey Mathis and Manning kind of run together. This is Downey Mathis. The subject property is 1114 South Fuqua Street. It's an area that experienced some change just due to market value sale transactions. You can see on the next page, this is just generally what it is. It's just basically a vacant lot. I guess it used to be a home there and it blew away. It's just, we just have vacant land on the subject property right there. On the next page, which is market value, which is what is under protest, you have the subject and you have some other sales in that area. Notice that it's either going to be, the sales are either pulled from Manning Southwest or Manning Market South, which is that area to the southwest of Manning, or again, that Manning Market South area. So the comp number one is on San Antonio Street. That's 2320 San Antonio. That sold for that sold for $30,510. It renders a value, it only has 7,000 square feet. That renders a value of $4.36 extrapolated price per square foot. Comp number two, sold on Fuqua Street. That's 441 Fuqua Street. That one sold for $35,910. It's a little bit smaller than the subject. The subject has 7,950 square feet. Again, the rendered value price per square foot is $4.79 per square foot. If you look at comp number three sold, this is on South Burton Street. This one sold for $32,480. That's $432 a square foot. The next one, comp number 4, is also on Fuqua Street, just like the subject. That one sold for 36,000. It's again 7,500 square feet, renders a value of $4.80 a square foot. When you apply that median price per square foot and apply it to the subject, you can see that it renders a value of $4.57, which would render a value of 36,305. Again, supporting the value of the 33,790 that we have on the subject. And you can see that it's only assessed at $4.25. So from a market value standpoint, this is supported in the marketplace of other comparable sales in and about the subject property owner's neighborhood. Moving forward past the equity, because equity is not under protest, you'll see that there's approximately 16 pages of sales ratio report. I think there's 51 sales there, and I think the weighted mean analysis shows 98%. So again, a lot of market activity that happened around this area, and they're not unlike their neighbors experiencing change. That's what I've got.
Okay. So Elizabeth, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what I need to cross-examine other than at 441 South Fuqua, the comp that you submit, the comp that I received for that, it has a home on it, it has a dwelling on it. And I submitted that picture with my, in my packet. So I can see where, I don't know if what you sent me was only the land, however, it has a home on it. So I can see that anything with a dwelling or a home or utilities and a nice concrete driveway would actually be valued a whole lot higher than just a piece of empty parcel of land. Secondly, the other addition on both of the items on Fuqua Street, I believe, had homes on them. The Burton Street, I don't know, I couldn't find my picture on Burton Street. I found a couple of the comps that you sent me for like Cassuth and where's that other street? I think Cassuth, and there was one on Fuqua Street that had, I think there was only two that I found that had no homes on them. However, they seem to have utilities on them. So my only thing is, I don't feel that my property is valued that high and should be appraised that high. I understand what you're saying with these other properties, but again, they say they're in better standing. They have the dwellings and the infrastructure. On my piece of parcel, I submitted several letters from people wanting to buy it, and I get phone calls almost every day for someone wanting to buy it, and I've never had anybody offer me more than $3,500. I know that that's unreasonable, but still, I think $33,000 is pretty high. If there was never a home on that piece of property, it used to be nothing but a garage and a storage building, and yes, Harvey did destroy them. The home was on a separate, the home was next door, I think on lot 113. Or maybe it was 112, and I have it backwards. But that particular piece did not have a home. It had a garage. So all I'm asking is to decrease the market value a little bit so that I might be able to sell it. I know that a lot across the street has been for sale for about a year, and they also have not been able to sell their property, and they're asking, theirs is about the same size as mine, and they're asking just a little bit more, but they've not been able to sell it, and they've already decreased the value of their property twice. So anyway, that's really all I have. You know, I've been unemployed for 2 years, and this is just a little bit more than I feel I could handle, and I know for a fact that there's no way that anybody's gonna pay $33,000 for that. I think they'll pay $20,000, $24,000, maybe $25,000, but there's no way they're gonna pay $30,000 for one lot. And that's all I have.
Okay. You'll have more time later. Mike, then you have 2 minutes for district cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Right, and the cross-examine time, I guess, I'll just go to like 18,271, which is 441 Fuqua. It has a house on it now. Can you go to see because the sale occurred in sometime in 20. So it was vacant. It was vacant then, or it had maybe a mobile home on it then, but it was a vacant land sale. So that went through its transition. They built a house on it. So yeah. I don't know the other one that she mentioned, the 2666564. Yeah, that's a
There was a 218 South People also that was on People Street.
okay, thank you. That one right there is, I'm saying that's a vacant lot, and then account 18202. Oh, that's hers, that's hers. I'm sorry, 8821712. They have like a little something on it. I don't know at the time of the sale, maybe it didn't. It's hard to tell whether that thing goes on which lot.
This is time of the sale right here, watch.
Yeah, again, it's hard to tell whether this stuff really is there or here, but it's vacant-ish. And then the last one is 18226, 18226. A travel trailer and it's unassessed. 19, so that's at the time of the sale. I don't know if there's utilities to it or not. It's vacant now, I mean, I don't know.
Is she questioning those lots or those ones?
Those are the ones I brought up, and she quite, like one of them had a house built since the sale, and she was saying it was a house. It was vacant lot.
So you already gave us a square footage price with all those lots that you mentioned.
Yes. Yeah, they're on the spreadsheet. Yeah, they're 7,500, 7,000, 7,500, 7,500, and 7,500. The subject is 7,950, and they sold for 30,510, 35,910, 32,400, and 36,000.
Do you know if her lot has water?
Well, it has water on the street because there's houses right next door. I mean, you have to do the tap, and whether they have sewer there or not, I don't know. I mean, there's houses, I would assume that they do. There's houses like right next door and across the street, so. I mean, every vacant lot needs tap fees, for sure. But these are vacant land sales, as far as I can tell.
Okay. So, Elizabeth, you have 2 minutes for protester rebuttal if you need it.
Oh, okay, I have submitted about 6 different areas on South People Street. A couple of them were 441, 445, 419, 218, 1023. And the sales comps that I received, every one of those properties did have a dwelling on it. My property, I have previously called the city, it has no water on it. The homes next door, yes, do have water. There is sewer over on 3rd Street. There is no sewer on Buford Street. The sewer line is over on 3rd Street where that business is, that Bloomers business. They have the city sewer. All these homes have to have septic. And then, of course, there are no utilities on it at all. I had asked the city if I could replace the dwelling that was there, simply build a garage. Put a garage back, because that's what was there. And they said no. I asked if I could put a utility building there. And they said no, that I could do absolutely nothing with that piece of property. So, I mean, it's almost useless to me because I don't have plans to build a home on it. You know, I cannot afford a home to be built on it, and I can't build a garage. I really wanted to build a garage there because that's what we tore down. Unfortunately, the city would not let me do that. I cannot bring in an RV, and some of these lots have RVs on them, that I sent the pictures in. I cannot put a mobile home. I can put a manufactured home on it, but I can't put a mobile home on it. And I go back to, I think it's just valued a little too high for what you are comparing me to. That's it.
Okay. All right, Mike, then you have 1 minute to close.
Yeah, in closing, what I would say is that you can pick any lot in there, any vacant lot on that street, and you're welcome to look at the value for equity, but equity is not under protest, only market value is what is presented. And so I've presented evidence, for market value. These are actual sales in that neighborhood for vacant lots. The median value is 36,000 that supports the 33.
She has availability of water, she has no electricity and no sewage, we don't know if the other lots have that.
As far as I can tell, these are vacant lot sales.
I know.
Well, I mean,
You don't know.
there's
if they-
water on the street,
Oh, I know.
there's houses on the street.
You know what I'm saying, that we don't know if they had hookups for electricity.
Well,
or if they had such.
Yeah, no, as far as I know, these are vacant lot sales. I mean, maybe the one that had the mobile home on it might have had some utilities on it, but otherwise, the other two were just vacant lot. They look like vacant lots.
There's houses all around, so there's gotta be sewage available.
Right.
It's
Right.
available, but
Okay.
doesn't have-
Or maybe did they have to
Yeah,
do septic?
You gotta do a hookup, but you gotta do that with anything.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta tap
That's
it.
what I'm saying, we didn't know if some of the other vehicles have already done that. Probably.
Okay, Elizabeth, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts you want to tell us?
The sewage is available only from the Bloomers side, which is on 3rd Street, and it is gonna run approximately 20 to 25,000 to bring in the line, because we've already checked into that. And there are no, someone said, like, the light hookups or the light poles or anything, there are no light hookups or anything on that piece of property. And as far as equity, I'm not exactly sure what I should have maybe protested against for the equity. I mean, I don't know. I think I've been paying taxes on that particular lot on the other side since I was about 12 or 15 when I could get my first job. But I just think that it's a little bit ridiculously high. That's all.
Okay. Now it's our turn.
Yeah, Mike, what am I not reading right on the comp number 3, the market value?
I don't know, it looks low.
Yeah, I don't know if,
It sold for 32.4. The sale price is down below.
yeah, I see that.
I don't know what to tell you. It looks like it's low.
Where's the
I'm gonna
32
say-
on top number what?
Number 3, the market value row says 3,380 rather than, the others are in the 30s, 30,000 range.
That would make sense if it were 33,800.
It's struggling because that was a split. That property was split, and so there's a struggle with the software to understand that value. It's just struggling.
Oh, thank you.
That land was split.
Okay.
It
It's
was,
it's
it was a
just-
sale and then split.
Yeah,
Comp 3, you're talking about?
yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna say,
Leave it the way it is.
I'm gonna say comp 1 is a 2-year-old sale. Comp 2 is a 1-year-old sale. Comp 3 is 18 months. And comp 4 is 23 months old. Just an observation,
And they
there's
still,
nothing reason,
still support,
it's still sitting there.
yeah.
I should leave it.
Same way on
Little
something.
singles.
I don't
Little
know.
old.
Okay. I see anything? Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1463, account number 18202. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value based on sales, or Q5 other, that we leave the 2021 appraised value at $33,709.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Elizabeth. We're finished.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Our next case is 1469 in person.
Right below.
Say it one more time, 169.
1469.
It's right below.
Oh, got it.
Hey Kathy, I told the guys before you got here, be careful of the July 30th. Robert's out in the morning and I'm out all day. June 30th, sorry, June 30th. It's Wednesday,
Next Wednesday.
next Wednesday. Okay. Bring him back.
Okay, I noticed we lost our staff.
Yeah, we're ready. We're good to go.
Story of my life. I go shopping with my wife. Where'd she go?
Yeah, right.
I had that happen on a business trip. I was a young guy that was in our group. Couldn't have been with the company for more than 6 months. We're in Poughkeepsie, in the old building, which has a hallway that must be a mile long, just, straight as narrow. And Gary and I were together hiking fast.
Come on
He
in.
was in back of us, and then we turned around, he was gone.
This is Joseph Schneider.
Joseph.
How doing today?
Good.
All right.
You can have a seat right over here.
Never found him until that evening at dinner.
We have some administrivia that we need to go through.
Okay.
And I'll go through the script and at various points I'll ask a few questions along the way. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1469, account 14939. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
It's Q2 only.
Q2 only. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. This is the review board around this table. The appraisal district will have a representative up there. Are you doing it right?
It's possible.
It's possible. It's possible. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarv. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with the result of the hearing and some instructions as to what you can do to pursue it if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all of your evidence?
Yes.
Okay, great. There are members who are considering your protest and not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Halpin, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Joseph Snyder, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal of this board is true.
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present to the President of the Board of the Aransas County Prison District is true, correct?
Robert, what was it, Q2?
Q2.
Mike, Q2, the Q2 only.
Yes.
If you hold a license as an appraiser in the state of Texas?
No.
Okay. You have a sheet there, this sheet that's right up here, that's the one. That's the procedure that we're going to follow throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. All right, I live at 119 Ocean Drive, and there's 3 homes that are right beside me, within 100 yards. We start off with 127 Ocean Drive. I see is accessed at 656,880. And my home is at 627,340. They have a living area of 24 feet. Mine is 1428. They almost have 1,000 feet more than I do. They're paying $96.14 in Texas. Mine's $89.11, $702 difference. They pay more than I do. This home is not a homestead, it's a rental property. It has a pier, a boat lift. The other home I like to compare to mine, which is 3 lots down, is Ocean Drive, 125 Ocean Drive. They're accessed at $774,000. Mine's at $627,000. Their living area is 3344. Mine's 1428. They got almost 2,000 square feet more. And they're not a homestead. And they only pay $2,400 more than I a year. They have a boat lift with a boat cover. And the other home at 107 Ocean Drive, the excess at $699,000, where mine is $627,000, $71,000 difference. Their living area is 2860, 1428 is mine. They have 1,432 feet more living area. Their taxes are $10,230, where mine are $89.11, difference of $13.18. They're a 5-bedroom pool. It's not a homestead, it's a rental property. And my home is homestead. And the photos I showed there, like 1, 2, and 3, and I took those as the water went down. You can see how the water receded, so it was much higher before I took the pictures. And the other picture shows 2020. There was only one picture there of 2020 I showed, but they're all about the same. But the other photos were from this month when we had all the different rains. And there's my house right there. That's where I be. And the water line got all the way up to right here. And just my house and my neighbor's house. And this house is the only one that catches the water. And it stays like that. And I just can't see how these homes that are not homestead, rental property, I'm basically paying the same amount of taxes as they are. And that's all.
Okay, anything else? You'll get more time later.
I'm just.
So, Mike, then you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, the cross-examination time, this is the information that he presented. Obviously, there's differences between home value and land value and the subject. The ones that he presented, I guess, are 107 Ocean Drive. I will say that, the subject wasn't even complete as of January 1 last year, and we have it complete this year, so it's basically a brand new home. It's a year-old home. This particular one, this 107, is at least an original build. I could look at the effective age and look it up, but the original build was 1979 for 107. So there's going to be a difference in the structure value probably. The land market value for 107 is $386,000. The subject's market value for his land is $328,000. So there's a difference there too, as well. I think the comparison that was done, well, there's just a difference, and there was just comparisons. That's all it was. The next one I think he had was 127 Ocean Drive. Now that's similar from the standpoint of the effective age. It looks like the year built was 2018 for 127. So they basically started about the same time. That plus the subject is a 5FB regular. So you have that there. And then on the comp 127, go to the next page, I guess. 127. Oh, I'm sorry. No, 127. Go back to that first page where it shows the 5FB, and you can see that the land market value for 21 is 295, so maybe a little less square foot than the subject. Yeah, there's differences. And the last one that he has is 125 Ocean Drive. That's a 5FB plus as well, and that's the same year built as his. So that's a pretty good comparison for the structure. The land value is 295, it looks like, on that one. So less land value. So there's going to be differences. Differences for each element. I believe that the subject property has all of its square footage on one level, as opposed to some of these others, which are up and down. And so, as you know, that there's a main area and everything else is contributory to the main area. So if you have a main area and then you have main area secondary, just hypothetically, if this were $100 a foot, this would be some component of $100 a foot. It'd be something less than that amount, as opposed to all being all on one level like the subject. The subject is all on one level and the garages are underneath. So with that, I'll just go into my evidence. The subject property is at 119 Ocean Drive. Currently have a valuation of $627,340. It is currently homesteaded. Was complete this between January 1 of 20 and January 1 of 21. We have a land valuation of $328 and change, and a total improvement value of $298 and change. On the next page, you can actually see the actual location. This is just a pictometry overhead imagery. Market value is not under protest, only equity. So we'll just go to our equity grid. And these are the equity comp grids that we have. 121 Ocean Drive is, I guess, right next door. It's also a class 5. It's a 5FB plus. It's bigger than the subject, but you can see that that one's a 2-story. So that's there's a difference in the square footage value. There's also a difference in the land value that's adjusted right there, but that one's on the rolls for $739,000. When appropriately adjusted for the subject, that renders a value of $689 and change. Comp number 2 is 127 Ocean Drive. I think this is one of the ones that he presented as well. You can see on comp number 2, the very first thing is the land element. Again, we're just looking at the price per square feet there. There's a $33,000 adjustment there. It is bigger than the subject, but again, that's a 2-story rather than all on one level. So there's an adjustment for that. You can see that both comp number 1 and comp number 2, they're real similar in age to the subject. Notice that comp number 2, when appropriately adjusted for all the garages and porches and everything else that you have there, renders a value of $697. I believe in both of those first 2 comps, there's no garages for either one of those. There's just there's carport unders and some, well, there is a garage under for comp number 2, but for comp number 1, let's see. No, neither one. They're just carport unders, so there's some value for that. Comp number 3 is also an Ocean Drive. That's 129. So again, you're just moving down the street a little bit. This one's similar to the subject. Actually, this is a pretty good comp. Although we have a less class, I don't know that this particular one is a 4SS. I think it's probably better than that, but that's what we have it classed as. But you can see like the general shape and size of the subject in relation to that. And that one's assessed at 626 and change. It has more land value. It's older than the subject, and it's smaller than the subject as far as MA is concerned. That renders a value of 606 when compared to the subject. And then you've got 201 Ocean Drive. Again, another one on Ocean Drive, and that's a 5FB. It's a little bit bigger than the subject. It's older than the subject. Actually, the land values are very similar. That renders a value of 680. We have it on the roll for 707. We take all of these adjustments, and there's a rendered value of 684 and change that supports the value of 627.
Okay. So Joseph, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, we can scroll down. We can get right here. Yeah. Comp number 1. The house wasn't finished when this picture was taken, but they have a garage there now. Comp number 2. Yes, they don't have a garage, but they have carports. But what I can't understand, can't figure, is how these people, of course, it's comp number 1, they live there all the time, but like the ones that I presented, they're not homesteaded. 2 of them are rental properties. And I thought, if you had a homestead, you get a cut on your taxes a little bit compared to my comp on number 2. I'm paying they're only paying $702 a year more than I am, and they have almost 1,000 more square feet of living area with a boat lift and a pier. That's the only thing I can't figure out. Is how come it's not a homestead? I got a homestead, and it's so close. That's all I know.
Mike, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, as far as the homestead is concerned, you do have the homestead exemption apply to your property. I cannot appraise them differently. That would be unequal. Like if this one were homesteaded and that one were not, the fact that you have an assessed value that may be different due to what's called a homestead cap, that may exist in future years if you have a rise in market value, and then the difference between market and assessed value may be a cap that's limited to your homestead cap, which is 10% more than the previous year market value. So for easy math, if you have a homestead in place and you have $100,000 and I have $100,000 in the house right next door to one another, you're homesteaded and I'm not. The very next year, they both go to 150 because they're identical homes, and in that market, it proves 150. Both of our market values are 150, but your assessed value will only be 10% more than what it was the previous year. My market value and my assessed value will both be 150 because I have no homestead. Yours would only go to 110. So that may be where some of the confusion is. In regard to Is it my rebuttal time as well?
Yes, you got about 45 seconds left.
All I would say is that the only thing under protest is equity. And I've provided equity comps that are in that 4 and 5 range. The subject is a 5 FB regular. These comps really prove out that this is appropriately appraised, because you can see that just from an equity basis, this is showing that this house is worth that 684. You know, there's many times we do these grids, sir, and even our equity bases show that there's a warranted adjustment, like it should be less, but this is not one of those cases. This is very well proven. That's all I got.
Okay. All right, we'll go to closing. You have 1 minute. Any final thoughts you want to tell us?
Well, how about the water I have on my driveway when we get 2 inches of rain, 3 inches of rain, like the pictures I showed? You know, nobody else has it except for me and my neighbors, the here and the neighbor across the street, and just the part right here going into the Prim's house. And that water stayed there. But the little bit of rain we had just last night or whatever, the water was already staying. I had to take a picture of it. But this is just from, you know, a few weeks ago, and that was constant. And that's how high the water did get before I even got to take these pictures. Otherwise, it was higher than that. So that's got to have something to do with my land value right there.
Joseph, do you live here in the house?
Sir?
Do you live in the house?
Yes.
Okay, so this is your homestead.
Yes.
And does the water prevent you from getting into your house?
No, it doesn't prevent me from getting into the house. I don't drive in, but you know, when it like that, it's you step off the drive, it's almost up to your knee. And then it stays there. It'll take like that right there. Took almost over a day before it finally got, but then it was still going over the road some, and then the water, it'll take 5 days for it to finally completely.
Is this house on the water or not?
Yes, it is.
It is. So you're talking about your driveway is floods.
Driveway.
It's the street flooding. Yeah. Okay, Mike, you got 1 minute to close.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. The equity comp grid supports the value by a large degree. The area that he pointed to, the flooding, is right there on that pictometry imagery. You can see that there's that ditch that runs, that would be north and south, and then it runs to the west on the street. Yeah, it floods in different areas in this county when it rains. That's a true statement.
Okay, got it? All right, it's our time to deliberate.
I don't see it.
Okay. So, make a motion then on case ID 2021-1469, account number 14939. I'm considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level appraisal or equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $627,340.
Exactly.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Joseph.
Thank y'all for your time.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I can walk you out unless you want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me.
You say we have some other ones?
I think so. I think we had at least 3.
She had something in her hand, right?
Our next case is 1887. It's the first of 3 with the same property owners, Jennifer and Rusty Day.
Which one was first, 1888?
1887.
1887.
I asked if they had any preference on the order, and they said no, so I just put it in case number order if that's good for you.
That's fine with me. They're here?
They are. You're in person.
Well, it's on the middle of page 5.
Oh. Are they on the way back?
I'll go get them when y'all are ready.
Oh, okay.
You can go down.
Okay. Hello. It's Jennifer and that's Jake.
You there? What are you? Was bigger. Much bigger.
You already have. It's not a lot, it's only like
9.
something like that.
One document.
Yeah. Some of them.
No, they're.
Well, okay. Good.
1887. Yes, okay. We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meeting matter. I'll go through the script and then times I'll turn around and ask you a question.
Is the projector in your eyes?
First of all, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1887, account 61803. This is 2372 Mundine Road. You got the right case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This hearing is being recorded. We have
Under protest is Q1 and Q2, and then Q13, temporary disaster damage exemption was denied or modified. And Q14, incorrect assessment rating for property qualified for a temporary disaster.
Okay. You got that, Mike?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Oh.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is on this table. Mike will be at the representing the appraisal district.
Okay.
At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. The survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, the document will be created that has the results of the hearing and also some instructions on what you can do if you disagree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all of your evidence? Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Thank you.
Can I ask you to back up a second? Can you ask if I turned in all my evidence? I given wife instruction not to make a copy of this, if y'all need a copy, to allow y'all to make a copy of we didn't hand this to you.
Okay.
These are some comparables I'd like to submit as evidence.
Here's now.
We can take care of that. We can get it submitted, right?
I don't know.
I mean, I can go make copies of it.
Is that what you're wanting to do, make copies of it?
Well, the question was
Yeah.
asked to me that I turned in all
Copies
my.
are fine. Copies are fine as long as we have it in evidence
Okay,
before we start. Go ahead.
okay.
But it has to be, as part of the record, it has to be scanned into the account, for one part of the account.
Yeah, whatever you guys, whatever's right.
You may scan it.
Yeah, we have the ability to scan it.
You can scan it in. Go ahead and
The
scan it.
question would be, does he not want, do you want to use that as your part of your evidence or not?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay.
I just didn't feel like I wanted to make a bunch of copies of stuff on my dime. If y'all want copies of it.
Bill,
Just get-
I didn't think to scan.
Gotcha.
That was the issue.
Would you like to scan?
Please.
Okay, we can.
Val's
scan.
scanning it now. It'll be there. That'll be taken.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My fault.
Okay. No worries.
Oh, hang on, let them,
Yeah.
let them
Yeah.
get sworn in.
Well, it's morning.
Can we go ahead?
No? Oh, yeah, go ahead. You go ahead.
I, Jennifer Day, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, James Russell Day Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Silva. I do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do either of you hold a license as an appraiser in the state of Texas?
Real quick here, Mr. Day called the timeout. Had everybody on the boards finished their swearing in? Had that happened?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, just making sure. All right.
Yes, yeah. Okay, the paper, right above your left hand there you go, has the procedure that we'll follow throughout the hearing. And the first thing is you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first.
I'm gonna let the district go first.
Okay.
Okay, in trying to answer temporary disaster Q13 or Q14, temporary disaster damage with exemption rating, incorrect damage assessment rating for the record, I checked just to make sure that with the protest or at any previous time, we typically would scan in. We do have a couple of these on file with other like property owners that have actually done this. The temporary exemption property damage by disaster form 50-312 by the comptroller's office is typically what a property owner would turn in if they have an exemption, if they felt like they had physical damage due to something. I do not have one on file received by the property owner for the property in question. There you go. I don't have one on file. So moving on to Q1 and Q2, which is market value. Subject property is at 2372 Mundine Road. Currently have a valuation of 191,650. We have a couple of different things out there. We have like some utility packages some carports, some porches. It looks like we have a couple of trailers there, and we do not assess the RVs or whatever other smaller things there are there. We don't have any of that. So we just have those types of things, and you can see that best from the pictometry imagery. On the next screen over, you can see that this is, zoom in one time, please. Yeah, you can see that we got a couple of trailers maybe, and then all these other little things. I believe they're what they call those tiny homes or RVs or park models. Yeah, and we don't assess them unless they're attached, like to the real property in some way, or they exceed more than 400 square feet. And so we just have the utility packages associated with those. Oh yeah, that's right. Are these, but we do pick them up if they generate income, like if they're as rentals. So I don't know if we have them all picked up here or on this card or not. I can just say that what we do have assessed is a mobile home that's 408 square feet. I guess we do, we have 3. This was hard to see, I'm sorry. Let's go back to the card. I apologize. This looked like one unit right here, but you can see that there's units, there's 3. So we have 3 that picked up because they do produce income. So either you can do them here, or you can, it just be like a hotel room. You know, it's either, it's rented one way or the other. They wouldn't be able to rent the space unless they have the thing. So we picked that up right here. As far as these other carports and porches, I assume that they're all on that property. We do have one mobile home, that's 1 unit, one mobile home that's there. And then we have the utility packages associated with each one of those. The land, we do have 63,130. This is a property that, from our best information back in 14, sold for 253. Moving on to our grids. What do we have as far as other things like this, other small little, this is not a park per se, but it's, you know, it has many units and it has like little park models that are there. And so these are the comps that we pulled. This one sold for 250. It's on Rattlesnake Road. You can see the comparison between the mobile home, which is the main element that's there. All the other smaller elements are smaller, but it does adjust for those down here. When you look at this price and you look at all of the elements, the very first thing it does is compare the land, and then it compares each particular main area. One of the biggest things it does is it looks at this TP5 and this TP1, and so there's, I guess we have 6 there compared to the 9 that we have here, so there's a negative adjustment here of 90,000. It looks at all of those things and it renders a value of 260. Shaver Road is another one of those. Again, this is just a recent sale. This has a house on it, but it also has these 5 CTPs, which this is the most congruent thing that we're trying to get with these comps. It's like these are all little itty bitty, not really parks, but they're small TP locations. This one's got 9, this one's got 5, this one's got 6 or 7, something like that. So go to next. Again, same thing, CP12, that's the most congruent thing with all of these sales. Sold for 230, rented value 214. This one is CTP7 right there. And that's another one on Adolfo that you can see. When you look at all of these values, it gives you a median value of 189,106. We currently have 191,650 in our best evidence. This would say that, hey, you need to reduce this by about $2,000. Moving on to the equity grid, we're looking at the same kind of thing. These are not necessarily sales. Even in our best evidence, this is 184. Again, from the 191, that's about a $6,000 or $7,000 adjustment there. It's warranted for sure.
All right. So Rusty and Jennifer, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes.
Okay, well, we did submit some pictures. And they're actually, just to show you, there used to be a carport there pre-Harvey. You just kind of see the board standing there. One scroll down to the others. These are all, there've been no improvements over the past year to this property as far as these items. Keep going down. Just the frames are there.
The frames are leaning so badly, nobody wants to repair them the way they are. I want to tear them down.
So, so you've got a marked improvement of $14,670. The point here being that there's not been any improvements here. I'll just make that point to you.
And so I pulled up a couple of things that I think are fairly comparable. The 830 Heron Lane.
No.
And 626 Church Street. Looks like the Heron sold for 207 with the assessed value. The 2020 was 155. Right, 155, 230. 262 South Church.
There's also this one.
So land only at 2247 Sawyer Lane. The assessed value 2020 was 31.5. It's 2.02 acres. That's a land only. This is also a land only. 2206 Murphy Road. 2.42 acres land only. Looks like the latest was 2018 for 62. It was listed and then removed and then sold for some undisclosed amount. But apparently it didn't sell for 62. And they removed it and then it sold, I guess, privately. So there's no sale price on that last sale. 1236 Longoria, also in Aransas Pass, 2.5 acres, has a mobile home on it, similar to ours. Land value 2020 was 41.3. Had a pending sale of 95,000, but it apparently sold for less than that.
That's with the mobile home. So the land value went up 25,550. And the structures building improvements went to 14,670 between 2020 and what we proposed for 2021 on our property. And we're saying that that's higher than it should be for both of those.
Anything else? Okay. Mike, you got, you're finished there. You got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for
Right. You know, in regards to market value, is the number, the 234, 500 sound right when you purchased it in 14? Okay. In regard to the increase, you know, like I think there was a statement made that they haven't done anything. I don't think that we did anything other than that there was a ARB decision last year that artificially held those improvements down. There was just the ARB decision for that. As far as the land did go up everywhere. You know, for equity purposes, I did show you know, equity comps up there. In both of my comps grids, there's a warranted adjustment. The lower of which is the 184 number. Is that right?
Yeah.
So there's a warranted adjustment even with my best information. And I would say that, you know, if you want to look at the card and see what I have assessed as far as carports or porches, you know, you can look at the pictometry imagery and you can look at that. If there's anything that seems like it's not there, then we'll be glad to take it off. You know, as far as the porches or carports or whatever.
It's about 97.
I'm sorry?
It's about 97 carports.
Yeah, I'm saying that we could go through the card and we can compare it to pictometry and we can count them if you want. But otherwise, you know, the comp equity grid is really telling you it should be 184. As far as market value is concerned, the market value increase, you know, happened out there as a result of sales or, you know, in that land table. If you look at that land table and find similar land sizes, they should be on that same table. And I'm open for the remainder of my time. I'm open to any questions from the ARB.
Rusty, you went out where the awnings and covered porches and all of those things, looks like they've got $9,750 on the card.
Yeah, we did effect repairs on these two carports. We didn't tear them down. Obviously, they survived, but they were mismatched when the structure moved around with Harley. We had to have these things reset. There was a double carport here, 2-car covered carport here. There's a 2-car covered carport here. There was a storage building here. This roof right in here is missing completely. That was a workshop and a carport for here. Half of that's gone. There was a 3-car covered carport here. Yeah, here, this is a concrete slab, and it was covered, and there were 2 slots here. And that's it.
Okay, so it looks like we have.
Let me bring the card over with the drawing, Mike. You ready?
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we have. That's the 3-car?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking. That's we don't even have the other
So
ones.
is that the bigger, the CP1? Don't pull that back.
It's right. Oh, sorry.
Pull it back. Here's the CP1 and CP1. So I guess that's these 2 items we can remove. That's $1,600 and the other one's $10. Yeah, we can remove both of those.
There's one more page.
Yeah, this is associated with the mobile home itself, or these 2 little lines next to the mobile home.
Those are
Okay, so again, what I'm hearing is we should go back to the first page. Is there 3 pages?
No.
No, just 2. We should remove these 2 items here from the card. Be glad to do it.
And does that include the carports as well?
We don't have them.
They don't have
them. Okay.
Yeah. You can pull the card back up, but we only have the one that you actually have there.
Okay.
We probably only have, honestly, we probably only have that.
We don't have that.
We don't have that.
We don't have any of that.
Okay, well, then there you go. I'm gonna go ahead and do that where we can see. Taking it on.
We do have that. I spoke up too soon. Sorry about that.
Okay. But that's the only.
The letters were small.
Yeah, pull over the,
right.
the big things where everybody can see. We take on the big, the CP1. There's 2 CP1s, I guess.
You think both of those off?
Yeah. That's what he said was gone.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to match up.
So now there's just
yeah.
And that.
Yeah. So what is the new value?
19. It's 190,000. 190,000 even.
Really?
Yeah, it ends in zeros.
That's weird. Having said that, there was like a $6,000 or $7,000 adjustment that should be warranted from the equity.
184.
Yeah, but we took off like 1,000, so it should be
Well,
like.
if I'm reading it right, there was 592 and 1184 for the two CP1s on your equity. Is that the?
No, it's from the card. The card that we actually have assessed is only 1,600.
I'm trying to map to and that's right, that's 1,600.
It's what we actually took off in value was the 1640 and $10. So we went from 191,650 down to 190 even. So if you want to make the appropriate adjustment, it'd be 1,650 plus whatever the equity is, which was 184, and whatever that number was, minus $1,650.
Okay, and that's what I had. I said 1,700. That's
Yeah.
Sorry?
What is that? Amount to?
182, 560.
182.
516, so we'll have it down to 182, 510.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we done here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1887, account number 61803, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value, Q13 temporary disaster damage exemption, Q14 incorrect damage assessment rating, that we lower the assessed value of this property from 191,650 to 182,510.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. It's closed.
May I ask a question about our tax statement percentage ratio that comes from the numbers here?
Okay.
So we never get this other one. I know I have to pay it. It's directly us, the taxes, percentage ratio. County. We never get. So.
Yeah, they get all of their, we do the appraisal for everything in the county. So if this is adjusted, they get a record of that. And then you'll get in the 21 bill, you'll get the reflection of that value.
Okay.
That's the best way to explain it.
Okay. All right.
Is that what you're
But
asking?
yes, and you feed directly.
I'm required to, so on July 20th, I'm required to do the ARB submission. And then subsequent to that, on the 25th, 24th, I'm required to send the certified totals to the entities. And part of the requirement is every single assessor collector. So this assessor collector, which is Aransas County and San Patricio County, and then I have one in Lamar in the district, and then I have one in Oasis. Yeah,
Okay,
so
so
I'm
it's an
required,
automatic.
I have to give that record
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just
Yeah, you bet.
curious about that.
Okay, the next case will be 1888.
Open hearing on case ID 2021-1888, account 32485. What do we have for questions?
Q1 and Q2.
Q1 and Q2. And we'll skip the rest of it because we've done it once for this, folks.
I had a question on the evidence. The piece that you gave me there, is that for all accounts or
No,
just?
that's just for the last.
Okay, all right, I just want to be sure. So there's no evidence on
Can you give me another class order, please?
this. Yes, certainly.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. They're signing an affidavit to that effect. I shall swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Captain Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I am not communicating with a person in violation.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My turn.
Yeah, you did it really well.
I, Jennifer Day, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, James Russell Day Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony that the appraisal review board of the County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Marcia, you want to go first, or you want Mike to go first?
I'll let Mike go first.
Okay.
The subject property is on Cornwall. It's 902 Cornwall. It's, I don't know if is it still a bed and breakfast or is it just a homestead?
We operate it as a bed and breakfast.
Okay, still it's the Angel Rose right there at the corner of Cornwall and what is that? That's gonna be Live Oak. Live Oak, yeah.
We had
Closed. That's okay, it's okay. Oh, yeah. I know that there was a pandemic and before that it was a hurricane. Places like this struggle from an income standpoint. The fact that it's a homestead, we treat it like a homestead. And so there's a portion you can see that actually on the card, this was a real difficult years ago. We actually had to break out, like, this is why this is different. Because this is the bed and breakfast, we had to break out like what areas is like for income, that don't get the homestead, and what area is the homestead. And you can see that years ago, that I think the days came into the office and Kevin might have been the chief, or maybe his dad, I don't remember. But years ago, this was the calculation. There was 1,680 square feet that was assigned to the homestead in that road. And so there's this that says the yes, where it says home site yes, right here. And then there's the other one that says no. And it's just the way that it is. It's just the way that it's broken out. The biggest thing that happened this year, I think the structure value actually went down from last year just due to depreciation. But the land value went bonkers. And that's just due to sales. Sales in the area. I mean, there was stuff right around the street, right around the corner. It doesn't help when you have even, taxing units that are buying large tracts of land just south of you, or just north of you, they're just paying. They're not like really the typical market, but then you find other marketers that are like, they're buying land in the area. They're buying residential, and you do attractive land analysis, and you go, wow, people are paying a lot for this land. And so the land that we have here is $6 in this area, $6 per square foot. We'll go to our evidence. I guess we got Q1 and Q2. So this is the Angel Rose. You can see that, and this is kind of interesting, both this one and this one's kind of a short-term rental situation, and this is the Angel Rose right here. The detriment to the subject is the jail across the street. I mean, that's never good to look at. Go to next. This is Cornwall. So we try to find like at least some homes that were kind of older, and you can see that this is, original 1881. This is 1915 original. They both gone through many levels of some kind of trying to maintain or upkeep the property. The reason that they still exist is because somebody cared for them. The subject property is not without its deficiencies, of course, and you'll hear from the property owners in that regard. This one is an old Rockport. This was in South Rockport. This one sold for $390,000 recently. They're both 6 classes. The subject is actually bigger than the comp. There's an adjustment for the land. That's a big adjustment. That's $50,000, $50,000 there. But it did sell for $390,000. And in our opinion, that land and the size associated with it, you can see that this is almost double. The subject is almost double that land of the sale. When you appropriately adjust, that gives you a value of $370,000 and change. The next one's kind of a regular house. It's on Hermitage. Again, if you look at that land element, that land is actually bigger. So again, you bracket from one side, you bracket from the other side. But again, it's not as valuable as the stuff over here on South Rockport. That one gives you a rendered value of 488 and change. I don't know that it's quite as good as comparable. Column number 3 is a historical kind of home. It's an older 1943 home, original built. We try to go get some of those. It's not, again, not as old as the subject property. Again, another 6. That one this last year sold for $450. You can see that it has more land than the subject, and it has a bigger land value with the negative adjustment there. When compared with the subject, this renders a value of $437 and change. The last one is $394. The median value is $415 and change. I'll get to my equity grid in my other time.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
So I think we talked about the value of the property before. The house is the house. The property is rapidly turning from a dual use to probably commercial. I'm surrounded by commercial properties on at least 2 sides now, with a rental on the third and fourth side. Being across from the jail is you don't need an alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the morning when shift change happens, or when the bat decides to show up and unload, pallets of stuff at 5 o'clock in the morning. We talked about that. We now have what's going to be commercial property that's going to overlook our backyard. The new city hall is going to be raised at least as high as ours is. And even though it's going to be 1 story, it's going to, that's all we're going to see looking at it that way. We have a short-term rental next to us that has parties almost weekly. The property across the street over here is now a short-term, 2 short-term rentals. You can say that it's a great piece of property, it is, but the industry is springing up around us. It's going to degrade the value of the property as a quiet Victorian bed and breakfast. We lost, a bunch of trees. We lost all those trees that you're seeing there in Harvey.
That's 13 trees. So the biggest issue here is the value of the land went up $58,000 for the land only. And as Mike said, the structure itself went down about $4,000. That's our biggest concern is the $58,000 increase in.
We understand people are paying more for the property. That particular piece of property,
Well, the other thing too, I think some of the comps, another issue is some of the comps. And that's part of the problem. We've always had this historical problem in a historical home. It's hard to find comfortable. But anyway, that's where we're.
I understand that the city and the county, paid what they had to pay. I was part of that negotiating process in order to obtain that chunk in one piece, that half a block. Had the city over a barrel if they wanted it, and now we're going to have what is a municipal building looking into our backyard. As if the jail, which the jail doesn't have any windows, but we have all the issues with being next door to the South Port and the loading dock. And that's pretty much the gist of what.
Okay, great. Anything else? Okay. Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah. In relation, let me go ahead and finish really quickly on my equity. I'll just present it. On my equity comps. By the way, the market value that we have for the ones that we looked at for historical homes support the value, so does the equity funds. They're 470, you can go through those columns, try to get historical kinds of homes. This original, again, I tried to get older homes that were in that area that are all in that 5 and 6 class range. You can tear it apart, you can ask any questions you want, but the median value well supports that we have. You'll zoom out to the photometry, you know, the 384 or the 380, whatever, 385 that we have on the subject. No, I think it's really worth that. And I, you know, in relation to everything that's around there, you need to know that even though we're doing value defense and we're trying to get older homes to compare it to, that's not really how we derive the market value in this land table. How do we do that? We look at land sales and house sales in here, and then this one, I think this one sold and this one sold, and then another one down here that sold, and they were stronger than $6, but they were like $8. We couldn't even push it to that degree. Furthermore, you'll zoom out twice or once and pull it this way. Now the other way. So you have currently, well, you're gonna have to like you know, we're about to see what things are really worth from a historical standpoint. You know, you have this right here, it's on the market for like 1.1 or 1.2. And this is the old church, so it's not really the same. But again, it's going to tell us something about the marketplace. This one's on the market for like 1.4, 1.6, is that right? 1.9. This is another bedroom house. Yeah, that's in house. That's another older bed and breakfast. You're going to kind of see what this is doing. This has been and will continue to be a mixed use area. I mean, there is commercial in here for sure. That's not going to go away. I mean, ultimately, this is going to be something to be done with this at some point, you know, probably going to be tied to this stuff and whatever the bastards are going to do. Whenever that happens, all of this is going to be influenced by what's going on over here. We're not there yet. What I can say is that this land table, it's at $6 a foot, was derived from this vacant land sale right here. And that was supporting like $8 a foot.
To who? Who was, is that the city?
That was.
No, that was a private
That was
sale.
some guy's property that sold to someone.
Yeah, it was a house that got torn down, and then they sold the land like in what 20 days. This is not presented as evidence. I will testify because I personally own property adjacent to it, so I was infinitely aware of the CAD situation that was going on. And please tear that house down. Please tear that house down. They tore it down. And they sold a lot like within really quickly. And it supports like more than $8 or right at $8 but we have $6 to put on this table, I believe. So that's really where it's at. I think that the house is where it should be. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than I think it is. Even despite all the problems that's going on. Yeah.
So the main driver of the $6 a foot is not municipal, the foundation, for the people that are just paying way too much. It's private. So
Yeah.
that's what's the main driver.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this sold, and then what, 2 years ago, this sold, and we couldn't even touch it. This is on the market for, I mean, it's gonna support up like $12 or $14 a foot abstractedly. It's going someplace that we don't want to go. I just think the 385 is where it should be.
Okay, if you need it or want it, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal. Okay.
I don't have any.
Okay. Mike, you got a minute to close in?
I don't have anything, but our 2 grids support the value. I think it's right.
Okay. You have a minute to close if you need it.
I just, you know, I know the folks that sold most of that property. You know, the Fishers own a majority of that stuff that we're talking about. They own this whole half block over here. They own that duplex on the corner that sold. They obviously own the house that we bought from them. The guys own the cat house. And all those were sold by the daughter of the lady that we bought the house from. And
they ask us repeatedly to buy it at an exorbitant price, and we couldn't justify it. So we found someone who would buy it. I think they pay way too much for it, but that's just not, you know, the value, perceived value and appraised value is all two different, widely different things.
It's our turn to. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on account 2021-188. Account number 32485. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal for equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $385,909.
All in favor? Aye.
The next case is 1889.
And for Rusty, don't need a little break. I think. The building would take a break.
Okay.
And there's coffee in there if you need it.
What else is new?
Just keeping the nursing home up and running. We had 0 incidents of COVID among our residents. A couple of incidents of confirmed COVID among the employees who chose not to take the vaccine. Anything about it?
No. It isn't bad. But, you know, good news that it's the direction. So that's good. How there? Figure that out. Maybe there's some, sorry about that. Keep going, whatever. They say it works. We're all kind of doing this. He's home for, he's home for the summer. Good for jobs. Home from school, teaching the class.
On what?
Yes, my big.
That's all their program?
No, it's a game.
Like Dungeons and Dragons or something?
Yeah, well, we built like electronic games. And these kids from 5 years old to 25 years old. Yes. And two.
No, a
Sort of like
few.
a reward here.
I can reach for it.
Bigger than resolution. So you.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1889, account 17709.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Okay. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Myers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 14.66F, 41.66F.
Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with an individual person in violation of tax code section 41.
I feel authority to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41, dot 66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have to do it again.
I, Jennifer Day, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, James Russell Day Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Mike?
Yes.
Who goes first?
That's first. Let him go first.
Okay.
Oh, okay. The subject property is on 609 Magnolia, South Magnolia. This is an older home initially. Currently has a valuation of $342,770. This was an area, South Rock was an area that experienced a lot of value change, both from the market value, from land and the South Rock neighborhood general adjustment that's there. It's not anything that the property owners did. It's just market value. It's just what people are buying and selling things for. The two things that are protest are market value and equity. So let me go and look at those. 609 South Magnolia, that's where the property is, that's the property card. Continue on. Pull it up here. That's where it's at. This is Market Street. This is Magnolia here. Already in the grid. It's 5SS. Subject is 3175 square feet, 5SS. It has approximately 9,000 square feet of land. You can see the very first first comp is on Church Street. So you have Church, Live Oak, Magnolia, Water? No, Austin, then Water. Yeah. So that's the South Rock area. That's what you have. The very first sale that you have is for 315,000. Subjects to 342. Look at the comparison to the property. This is what's sold right here. They have roof, but it's kind of a boxy rectangle. This is what you have, multiple hips, full charming character that goes on with that. Also, what's sold 1,100 square feet of 4FB, 1,158 square feet compared to 3,100 square feet. Obviously, this is older by a large degree. There's an adjustment both ways. The land value is very similar. The land value on Church Street is less valuable than that on Magnolia. It gets more expensive on Austin and more expensive on Water. Closer you get to the water, that's the way it works. Here's another one that's sold on Church Street. This is actually not South Rock, but it's like one block over and one block north and one block over, I believe. This is on Church Street. This is an older home. See 1920, 1910. They've both been loved up to some degree in effective age change. The biggest thing that you see here that's different is the land value. The land value is much different over when you get north. Once you start moving north on Church Street, it's just kind of like that Live Oak area. It's $4, $6, and $8 a square foot. Not like the subject that will pull the card down. The card here is $12 a square foot on South Rockport on Magnolia. The next one is on Church Street again. This is an older, again, we're trying to get older homes here. This is an older home, sold for $250. Again, the biggest thing you see here is the land value. Even though this land value is similar in size, it's just a different animal as far as that, the actual things, the actual value is concerned. The biggest thing that you see about the structure is the size here. That renders a value of $393 compared to the subject. This whole thing gives you a median value of 381. that supports the 342 that we have on the subject. Comp equity. These are not necessarily sales, these are just other things in South Rockport. We're trying to get other 4s and 5s to give you a sense of what's here. Again, 1920, 1868. This one's a little better class. You can see the historical home, but it's assessed at $518,000. The biggest thing there is that even though that has more land, it's on Church Street. Magnolia is more valuable at $12. Count number 1 is on Austin Street. You can see that Austin Street has $80,000 worth of value, but it's almost half the size of the subject because, like I said, water is the most valuable. Austin is a little bit, and then you have Magnolia. So Austin is going to be more valuable than Magnolia.
And Church is the next street after.
Yeah, we have water, Austin, Magnolia, Live Oak, Church. And so we can show that in just a minute. This one renders value 382, median value is 342. And we'll go into the big Tom tree in just a minute.
Okay. We have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
So the only comp that I pulled up, and I look for, because I don't have the benefit of knowing how y'all design your adjustment factors. But so what I look for is square footage of the house, number of rooms, somewhere in the area, and size of the lot. And the one that I came up with was this is Yellow Home.
Can you pull that up, please?
204 Oak
It
Street.
should be scanned in. There's a picture.
204 Oak.
Hold on, let me see, let me check this. Right there?
There it is, right there.
What's the date on that?
So this is. This is a 4-2 with a garage apartment, additional 400 square foot, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, which would add them up, it would be a.
Rusty, would you like the light just for a minute?
Yeah, this.
This is a huge lot, 100 by 150 with mature live oak trees. And this is.
What's the address on that, sir?
Is 204 Oak Street, Rockport.
Look up the PID on that.
So this was the comp that we found that actually a lot more than what ours did.
It's a lot closer without adjusting. Obviously, proximity to the water is
Good question.
but Oak Street is not far from the water.
Well, this was on the market in May, so.
Just
on the market for over 100 days.
Okay, so it's a current, fairly current.
It is
list.
current.
Okay.
We started looking at, we got our little notice.
Just
So, I'm sorry.
Just a.
Oak Street. Where is that?
Oh,
Would you like us to pull it up for you?
Yeah.
17, the PID is 17709. So we're gonna pull that pictometry over. Just zoom out one time so everybody can see where this is. Because I think there was a question of like, anyways, this is where the subject is the yellow. And let me go, and he's pulling up that other account. The yellow will still be on the screen. Well,
Not anymore.
oh, you deleted it? Okay, well, we know where this is at. This is on market and Magnolia, basically. Zoom out, please. Oops. Sorry. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out again.
Do that again. Yeah, this is in Oak and Market, what's called Market Street Homes over by Peninsula Oaks area.
Yeah.
It's not, live oak is a different animal than oak. You want the lights, Rusty?
So I'm assuming we still have our 2 minutes. So-
Yeah.
So
You
my,
have about 3 minutes left.
yours is, your strong suit is the proximity to the water, is what I'm hearing. And we were comparing size and lot comparable as well. And I think your weighted factor is the proximity to the water is what I'm hearing.
It's more congruency with on the street. I try to be, I have 2 factors. One is market value accuracy, and the other one is equity. So on the same street, I try to put people at the same price per square foot. That's the 2 things. So if you were to look next door on either side or across the street on either side, it should be $12. That's the biggest thing. And that $12 a foot is a factor that was driven from some market center in that area. So we don't go look, like we would never make a comparison. I said, never is a strong word. We try not to make comparisons like the one that you just, like if I presented that in the thing, that this isn't my comp because they're the same size and the same. The influences of a neighborhood far outweigh the similarities of the construction. And then furthermore, the age, there's just too many factors, too many variables of that particular one.
Okay. Well, we also felt like this had so much more, this 279 that been on the market had so much more size, land, house, mature trees. Well, we do have some mature trees on that property, but we just really didn't factor in the location as much as started during the.
Yeah, and you know this. I mean, you don't even have to be in real estate to say location, fill in the next 2 blanks. It's location.
Right.
Location. That's the first factor in market value. Like, where is it at? Oh, I don't want to be there. Oh, where's it at? Oh, I like that area. You don't have to be in real estate to do that. It's just like an instantaneous. It's an instantaneous thing. I will say this: there are 2 factors that go into market value. This is not crazy. I can wax it in for a little bit. There's 2 things. One is the wife is next to you and you're driving. I ain't gonna live there, or I want to live here. And then the second thing is when you walk in, that kitchen and bathroom, and it's the factor of the wife that says, "Hey, I like this here," or "Hey, this is going to take too much work. I don't want to do that." It's all those intangible things that we try to quantify and try to put on the grid. The thing that's most congruent is the stuff that's right.
Stop. Just while he's talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I took your time.
Okay, yeah.
We're diatribe.
Okay. So, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see here. Mike, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Yeah, as far as the equity for the land, you can see that, like, if you go south from South Rockport, like pull up our account here,
Getting there.
or south of South Victoria, you should be able to go. Now, church itself, not church, market itself is a different animal because it has more commercial components. But if you were to go to this one and this one and this one, or that one and that one and that one, zoom out a little bit. Those should all be at $12 a foot. You can pick one out, look at it. They're all going to be on that same thing. And those were all driven by some of the sales that we saw on Church and Magnolia and Austin. It's really determining what that market value is worth. And that's sell basically.
Pull up 59,318.
59,318.
This
Straight
one?
across street.
Yeah.
It's a little bigger lot. So maybe it's scale there.
59,318.
it does have a reland. It's probably from the company size because it's so big.
It's it's very old, Mike, and it's from the, where's it at? It's because of this.
Ah, gotcha. But the base rate is at $12.
All right, we're done.
You done? Okay. Anything else from you, Mike?
I don't have
Dave? Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1889, 17709. When considering Q1 incorrect stated market value and Q2 appraisal ratio of median level of appraisal equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of 342.77.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
You go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time, folks.
Sure.
Fun to see you all with drinks.
Yeah, y'all can push that door.
Drinks involved.
Oh, I know.
Let's see this thing.
Good to see you guys.
All
Thank
right,
you.
okay, bye-bye. All right, bye, y'all. Take care. See you rest of the day.
Thank you, bye-bye. All right, we do have quite a lot of people. This next one has 3 accounts. I've combined the affidavit, so we'll only have to swear in once.
Okay.
And it's case number, the first case will be case number 1036.
Are we still on 1:30?
No, we're starting 3 o'clock.
Okay.
But I think, yes, I
Okay.
think we have just about everybody for the 3 o'clock here.
Page 6, I guess. The rest of them. How's that good? Just that good. What is that? What it's on. That's it. They are.
This is listing. And are you ready for me to go get them?
Is there any chance that this is income? This property?
3 houses now. I mean, it's property.
Ray, I really wanted to get you to plug in 1881 as the effective year into your software.
See what happens. See what the salvage.
Okay, we're done with that.
Salvage value is.
It's right. We're done.
Did she say what we're doing?
Yes.
Yeah, we're doing these 3.
Is it put?
Plus solid.
1036, 1037, 1038.
1036 first?
Yes.
Yeah.
One 1036. I think I got the wrong
And then
one.
that's it.
This is, I believe this is yours.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And this, I believe, is yours. Well, is that the 038? Yeah, it's 038. I don't know what's the, or whoever did.
That's to apply.
Is 038 in the 3 o'clock or the?
3 o'clock.
Okay. I saw at least 3 people out there, so. What's the last name?
First name is Stephen.
You'll be sitting over here at this table. This is Stephen Plasala.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, that's.
Okay. We have 3 properties, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna try to save a little time. We have to go through some administrative. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you.
Okay.
We're opening a series of hearings identified as case number 1036, 1037, 1038. Account numbers 88-22-020, 21-726, 22-952. These hearings are being recorded. Robert?
At protest for the first case, 103 case,
1036.
136 is Q2, equity owned.
Mike?
Equity only for the first case.
Yes.
We are the appraisal review board hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you turned all your evidence in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. ARB members, for considering the protest, has not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4156. This applies to case number 1036, 1037, and 1038. Corresponding account numbers 88-22020, 21726, 22952.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And this pertains to case numbers 1036, 1037, 1038.
I have not been further, I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.6F. Pertains to account numbers, case numbers 1036 and 1037.
I, Bill Doug, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case number 1036, 1037, and 1038.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to case numbers 1036, 1037, and 1038.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Stephen Plasala, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
You feel safe with those account numbers.
For account number 88-22020, case number 1036, account number 21726, case number 1037, account number 22952, case number 1038.
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear affirming testimony shall be the present report of the United States is true and correct for the following cases: 1036, 1037, 1038.
You know the appraiser's license?
No, sir.
You're not an appraiser.
No, sir.
Okay. We'll open the hearing for case 1036 first. Would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first? The hearing procedures and that sheet of paper in front of you there.
The top of the table there.
Top of the okay. That's how we manage the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first.
And I'm open. Yeah, the district can go first.
Okay. Mike?
Sure. Yeah, we'll just pull up information there. I'll go over the, or we generally just turn off one of these lights and you can see it. Okay. Currently have a value 236 and change on the subject property. You can see that the 4FB, and then there's a warehouse on, I guess it's over, yeah, it's 295 cars, so I think it's like two lots together. There's 11,520 square feet in this property, and these are the two elements that were there. You've got a house that was built in 2019, and you've got a warehouse that was built this last year, and the summation of those is 236, 870 in the marketplace. But you can see on the next thing is equity is the only thing in the process. So correct. Yeah, this is in Holiday Beach area, and so zoom out again. So this is 35 going north to Tivoli. This right here, it's 35 north going to Tivoli, and the entry is down here into Holiday Beach West, and you go on Sherwood, it's on the corner right here. And I think just for some reference, what you're going to see next is maybe this actual next block is going to be the next one in question, I believe, right? You don't know one right here. Well,
No, sir.
okay, I'm mistaken. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's just that the reason I said that was because go back, because these look like they were built similarly or whatever.
Yeah, then, yes, sir, I'm sorry. We do own those two.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at the one with them.
yeah, no worries, no worries. So just for reference, we're going to hear this case in just a minute, which is one of these little 4FBs with a little driveway. The only difference is that this one has a warehouse, and that's the only difference. Just to give you a reference. The only thing under protest is equity. So we're going to go to the equity concrete. What you have is 295 Rustic Lane. We currently have a valuation of 236,870. These are not necessarily sales, they're just other 4FBs. The biggest modifier to the just 4FB, it's a 4FB plus, by the way. The only modifier that we have is that you've got this warehouse. And you'll see that 2,000 square feet right here. And so in all of these adjustments, you'll see the warehouse none or MA none, and it'll throw a value in that. So from an equity grid, these are other 4FBs. You can see the size of the main living space is 934. So it actually, just for your reference, it does the comparison from the 394 right here, and it's comparing it to the other main living spaces. So this one's 297. It's doing this compared to this. It's doing this compared to that 1332. And then later it says, oh, but you don't have a warehouse. So that warehouse has a none here and a none there. So there's a minus and a plus that goes on right there. For comp number one, you have 31 redfish. You have a very equivalent land valuation. The overall evaluation is very similar to the subject. That's 255 and change. When appropriately adjusted, if this is another 4FB, it happens to be mainly a house, meaning it's a much bigger house, but they're devoid of a warehouse. You have to make both of those adjustments. That renders the value of 306 and change. This one is also another 4FB plus. Again, it's mainly a house. What's different about that? This is 394, this is 1332. This one, the main living space is on the second floor. This one, the main living space is on the first floor. It does not have a warehouse. That renders the value of 274 and change. Continue on. This is on Northview. Again, 1,600 square feet as opposed to 934. It makes adjustments for that. This is all living space on the second floor. Same thing with column number 4. Those are both 4FBs, one's a minus, one's a plus. There's adjustments for those subclasses. There's an adjustment for size. The biggest thing that you see is MA, MA none, MA none, meaning that they don't have that warehouse. So there's a $78,000 adjustment associated with that in the marketplace. Okay. Median value 284 supports the value of the 236.
Okay. So Stephen, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. I'll give you.
Okay, I wanted to ask, my wife just sent it because we couldn't find it, but the architect sent it over. Both of those houses that we built, we'll get to the second one later, they're 890 square feet living. Y'all got them at 934. They're 890 under roof living area air conditioning.
Okay, can you tell us the dimensions of like the this by this?
Well, it's on a scale, so I can't scale it.
Okay.
It just came into me because I couldn't find that file.
Okay.
But both of those houses we had built exactly the same. They're identical. It's just one's flip-flop.
Okay, no worries.
When you're looking at that top roof, if y'all use that to compare square footage, half of that rooftop right there that jets out is just a little covered porch.
Need distance rather than area. It's okay. You can't see from there.
And then my second thing is I put pictures up, and I did a lot of research. We moved to Boston down there, but our road, I had to spend $900 to keep them from driving into our yards. Those pictures up there?
Yes.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay, right here.
Okay,
There.
the first picture I'm looking at, okay, let's go to that one. I tried, it was dry, but there's potholes everywhere. Really bad. The road was paved at one time. You can see it when they come out and try to blade the road. You can see where there was asphalt at one time. Then they came in and put road base. I don't know what they did. But from the time we bought that property and built, every time it rains, I have to come out and sweep all the mud and debris. If you go to the picture where it shows the water standing.
This one?
Uh-huh. Right there, you see where the rocks are? Okay, that's grown up some. Because they were turning and driving through half of our driveway down that rock wall to get around all those potholes. And it was nonstop. So I went to the next street over, which has, or 2 streets down, which it doesn't have near as many houses, but the road's paved. So I'm just curious how the land can be of equal value when you have that to drive down daily.
You have anything else?
No, sir, that was just it, the square footage and then the road.
Okay. You have more time later. So Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, the main thing that I want to look at is that the house, square footage. And, does the warehouse square footage sound right? to you, sir? The 2,000 square feet for the warehouse?
No, that's right.
Okay, good. So this, we'll just go in, this looks like 18 right here across.
Yeah.
So we have 18.5. Yeah, if it's 890, he's saying that it's under oath, and it's 890.
You
We
see
have-
how it jogs in?
Yeah, it jogs in, it jogs out, and then jogs back in, and then jogs back out, and then jogs back in. So, yeah, whatever it is.
I do have it on my phone right
It's okay.
here.
No, he's under testimony saying that it's 890 square feet rather than the 934 that we have. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll make the adjustment.
Can y'all tell me how much again?
He said 890.
890.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
And then the little entry is 56 square feet of porch.
Okay. Well, we have 24, so. I mean,
So, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and put the, so everybody can see that the main area is now 890.
yeah, okay, I'm getting there. All right. It
We now have
is right here.
890.
Okay.
So now the value is down to 232 instead of 236, whatever it was. 232.
Anything else for you, Mike?
Yeah, that's the only thing really, we have the lots just like his neighbors. Like, if you go down that road, we're gonna have the same price per square foot. Yeah, we don't have much value as a whole. We have $1.15 per square foot. It's probably even the economy size. If you look at the one next door, it's probably one next door is probably even higher price per square foot. Probably, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Okay. That it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you have, if you need it, 2 minutes for a rebuttal. Go to closing.
No, I'm good on that because that was addressing case number 1036 and 7. Because they're both the same square footage in the roads. That was the only issue I had with those two cases.
Okay.
Right.
We'll open it up
The
and vote.
modification.
Well,
So, okay, we can go ahead and make a motion on this one. Okay. So I move then on case 2021-1036, account number 8822020. When considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, then we lower the 2021 value, appraised value from 236,870 down to 232,570.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. 1037 is the other house?
Yes, sir, but it just doesn't have a shop. Same square footage.
Yeah, okay. We're opening a hearing.
Wait. I'll just do it, right?
No,
I'll just do it and then he can sign a settlement statement.
no, he's already signed in.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and open it.
Gotcha, okay.
Sorry.
We'll just go through the bill. Opening a hearing on case 2021-1037, account 21726. You want Mike to go first?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mike.
It's 890, right?
Yes, so the issue I had was the drive and the square footage instead of 934, it's 890.
If we can just show the card, we'd like to make that appropriate adjustment.
Okay. I already made the adjustment, but here's the
All right, go ahead
card.
and pull it over. What's the new value?
138430. That's at 890 square feet.
138.
Yes. Okay,
Okay, so let me make a motion then on case ID 2021-1037, account number 21726. When considering Q2, the incorrect appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. Do we lower the 2021 assessed value from 142,730 to 138,430?
all in favor? Aye. Okay, case closed. Opening case ID 2021-1038, account 22952. Who goes first? Steve,
Oh,
you want to go first? You
yeah, I
wanna-
can.
Okay,
All expression on mine. So our house is 132 Channel View Road. I don't know what number it is. I think it's along the palm tree.
It's gonna have a blue box around it.
Okay. 133 Channel View is identical, except, my driveway curves a little bit. And we have 120 square foot storage for a lawnmower and weed eater under our house that he doesn't have, but there's no electricity, there are breakaway walls. But our house is valued at $7,070 higher than 133, and we're homesteading. And theirs is the vacation home. Every year that we've been down here, I've argued this, and they adjusted it. It was, I think, informal, where one person met with me. And they adjusted it each time, but every year it flip-flops back. But both brothers, we bought that from the Uris brothers. They're roofers out of San Antonio. They're identical houses, 1,280 square feet. If you were to walk in one house to the other, because they're friends of ours, the only difference is the paint on the walls. And we have a 10 by 12, little bit larger storage area under our house, but y'all are apparently claiming that that's worth $7,070, but it has no plumbing, no water, no electricity.
So you have the storage under, what was the other thing you said?
So you see on our house okay, his is over here, but when we moved in, we had a little more because we're full-time. We live here full-time. So we needed just a little more storage. So I did it myself and put breakaway walls and just hardy board, but went in between two columns and did the breakaway vents. But all it is just an enclosed area.
Which one are you pointing to, sir? Yours is the blue one.
Yes, sir.
And you're comparing it to that one?
Yes, those are two identical houses. You can see by the windows.
Gotcha. Actually, the third one looks identical, but no storage. under.
Well, the brother that sold us ours moved next door.
Gotcha.
I think he did.
It looks like, Mike, there's 6190 on the card for storage under, and then there's an amount for concrete. I don't know if it's different from the next door neighbor or not.
But why would they add concrete when the slab was already there?
It's not concrete.
Because both houses had the slabs poured under the house.
Let me, when it's my turn, I'll try to adjust it. I'll look at both. We can open up both cards. We can talk about the similarities, the differences.
But that's all I wanted to try to address. I'm not.
Okay. So those are, they look to be mirror images of one another. So this is the subject, and you have a storage under and a PC, and this is CPU. The difference between CPU, this is like you can kind of drive things over here. This PC is like the area that's behind that you, it's just covered because it's the underneath area of the stuff on top. And then you have this behind, which is a PC. No, it's a P. This is just open deck on the back, right?
Yes,
So, and then you've got this little.
that's the stairs when you come
Yeah,
up.
that's a lady. So let's look at the other one. We have what, what's the value? 240.
133 Channelview, right?
Yeah, 260,095.
260.
Oh, wait a minute. Assessed value and appraised value are different. It's homestead.
It's 264. 264, 600. Yeah, this storage, this is concrete. This should be PC here instead of concrete for the neighbor. It should be PC. If you wanted to put this to concrete, the difference with concrete as opposed to, if you can imagine, you actually have something over your head and you have concrete, that's concrete and this is covered. So this is a covered area that happens to have concrete. If the concrete came out of the cover, this would be concrete. Okay, so there's a difference. This has, I'm getting rained on. This one, I'm on concrete, but I'm not getting rained on. See the difference? This guy should be PC. That's the only difference. It's not that yours should go down. This value, we can put a note on it, that should be PC national. And as far as the difference in storage, there's a difference in the storage length. I mean, I don't know what else to say. The rest of the stuff is the same. I do here's, go back to this one, or if you want.
Go back to the subject.
Yeah. Yeah, 4FP minus same sign. So yeah, there's minor differences on the other guy. Instead of C, it should be PC because it's covered and it's just wrong with the neighbors. And as far as the length of the storage, it's just longer. It just has more value.
Yeah, it's only like 10 by 12.
Right. The two things are the PC instead of the other guy's. It's not right. Although he has concrete, he's covered the whole thing. When you have concrete, it's supposed to be like.
I understand.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. I guess I don't even know. That was the only issue, right?
Yeah, ours is why that little storage shed was 7,000 higher. When it cost me like, it's like $1,600 a bill.
Well, Larry's talking about that doesn't
Well-
have any AC, which is storage, which the other guy is part of his house, I guess. He's taking that and made it into an air conditioned storage.
Yeah, we have it as unair conditioned storage under. SU is unconditioned.
Okay.
Like if it were a conditioned space, it'd be an MAS. Did you say the other guys turned his into a living space?
No,
Oh.
because we can't do that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
The size, you said it was 10 by 20, 10 by 12, then?
10, yeah, it's just one more column. We needed a little more space because of all our bicycles.
It's 10 by what?
10 by 12. So the original, like Joe Uris's, go to 133.
Hang on, just a minute. Do you think that the house size is correct?
The house should be correct.
Okay, so just for the record, we've got 32 across, so there's no, I mean, you've got to have analog. So I got 21 and 11. So I've got everybody else at the 21.
Okay.
So the remainder is 11. That's all I've got. So, I mean,
Yeah, but it's still, instead of the depth, if I'm reading,
instead of the depth of 26.
26, you're saying it's something like 12 or.
Well, no, you may have it right. Can you go to 133?
Can we go to the geometry and just measure the length, I guess? Look from the side angle, maybe we might be able to see it. Maybe. Yeah, there you go.
There he
We
is.
can get it from here to
So
here.
you can see the two gray columns from right there, deep.
31.
I got 32.
So, and then go to Joe, the other guy.
So it's actually 4. More SU.
This is Mr. Uris, yeah. 17.
18.
So he actually has less, your neighbor has less.
Yes, that's what I was asking, is with us being homesteaded too, you know, our value is 7,070 higher than our neighbors to the vacation.
No, what I was saying was, in terms of the size of that area underneath is smaller on his house than under your house.
Yes, sir. His is smaller, because when we bought down here, I had to add on a little bit for our toys.
Help me understand, Mike. It's not that his is high, it's his neighbor's.
Well, for the CPC situation, and as far as the SU, I think we had the SU right on the neighbor as far as the size. But it seems that on the subject, we actually have less square footage on the SU than it should be. So actually, it would be more SU and less PC. And if I'm looking at the, like for each of those elements, I'm going to see if this helps them or not. This is not the right one. Is it 132 channel view?
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at the card real quick. It wouldn't help them. Because the price per unit for SU is 23.26 on the base, and the price for PC would be 18.45. So if we increase the SU, the value would go up. We can do it next year, but we're not going to do it.
So why is his house assessed at $7,000?
Because he has more storage under for one, and the other guy's C should be PC.
Yeah, so it's a
The
double,
mistake is on the,
it's a double whammy.
No, well, I mean, first, he has a bigger storage than his neighbor, that's one. But then that C underneath the neighbor is really PC. And so the neighbor, we already put a note in the neighbor's house to go to PC next year.
Yes.
And we've got a note to go the storage under, so this one needs.
See, I ran like 1280 square feet times his value, and his house is $138 a square foot. Mine's 144.
Right.
My neighbors across the street, Joe Mo, 138 a square foot. Mine's 144.
Right.
That's not living space down below though.
I understand that, sir. Let me ask a question of the board. Does the board understand what I'm presenting as far as the comparisons?
Yeah.
In closing, I didn't even present my equity grid, but my equity grid as a, because that's the only thing in the process. It's 264,610, and that supports the value that we have on the subject. So that's the median value. And as far as the stuff with the stuff next door, I know the differences. We put notes in both of them.
Your neighbor is artificially.
Don't tell him I said it,
We won't tell him you came.
We're only on YouTube, I mean, so.
because I already got his brother in trouble the last time I protested. Because they had his value, his house, his brother that moved was worth more than ours, no less than ours, and had more square footage. And I said, how can that be? They said, we'll fix that.
Okay, do you have anything else?
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Okay, so let me make a motion here. Then the new number is just gonna remain. Okay, all right, so on case ID 2021-1038, account number 22952,
when considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value. I move that we keep the 2021 appraised value at $264,300.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That'll do it then.
Good points. Good presentation.
1579, case 1579, in person.
Thank you very much.
There's 4 more after that, 3 more after that.
1579.
1579. Ready for me to bring it back?
Yeah, you're welcome to bring that. Well, get started. Be right back.
1579. Yeah.
Figure out how to do that at work.
And you'll be sitting there. Yes, right over there. This is Deborah Rare. I'm sorry.
Mary. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mike Soto. I represent the district. People at the state or the board, they're going to hear the case. And a couple of them are getting some water, going to the bathroom.
One of the things that is everyone's recommend. The board will do that first. And then they'll say, okay, your name and name out loud. And this is the paper. Where you sign the same.
It's still shut the old cases. Much the same. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to like go in and out and then it pulls up the right one. It happens.
I just have
Yeah,
mine.
that one.
Yeah, it doesn't, I know that.
It's tired. Mind of its own. Yeah. Lazy. Case number. No.
One, 1579.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Middle of page 9.
Now.
This is case 1579. This is Deborah Rare.
Good afternoon. Jim. We have some administrative to go through. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions along the way. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1579, account 26367. This hearing is being recorded. Robert, what do we have before us?
We have Q1, correct appraised market value.
Only. Mike?
Yes, got it.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. We're the review board at the table here. Mike represents the appraisal district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with the result of the hearing and also with instructions as to what you can do if you disagree with it. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It is very important that you turn in all of your evidence.
Yeah, all that. I don't know, I couldn't, but I don't know what it pertains to. It could pertain to not me, so I don't know. I believe it.
Okay, great, thank you. ARB members who are concerning the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. They're signing an affidavit to that effect, and you're signing in the right place. I, Charles Crowder, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Conklin, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Thank you.
I, Deborah Gabriel, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Photo. I just want to swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the people who
You have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas. Governor maybe asked. You have a sheet right on the table in front of you that has the procedure that we're going to follow throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or Mike speaks first. Governor says you get to choose.
Okay, y'all speak first.
Okay. Mike?
Yes, this is Little San Antonio area. It is actually 135 Little San Antonio. We have not had a sale in here in forever, and we got a sale this last year. You can see that the subject, it last sold for like $5,000 way back in 2003. So nearly a 20-year period. We finally got a sale this year. It's amazing how much value, in my opinion, was attributed by a willing buyer, willing seller for a vacant lot on this street where it's at. You're probably gonna hear from the property owner some of the deficits for that neighborhood or the land or anything. In light of that, I have to look at that sale. And so we're at 1720. Pull it up. And you can see that this is what we have. So I think we have a big piece of land. I think that mobile's on the right. There's just a little travel trailer or something on it.
The one that you're talking about that sold is down.
You're right, right. Yeah, this is the subject property.
Oh, the one,
yeah.
the one up here is mine.
Yep.
And there's just a tree and a trailer.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. And so you can pull up the commentary imagery if you want to. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which is funny green line.
I've noticed that on some of the comments.
Some of them have like there's an overlay or something.
The floodline?
It might be, yeah. Yeah, it might be. This is the subject right here. Zoom out twice, please. And again, so you can see the Rattlesnake Road. Okay, so this is Rattlesnake Road, this is the Coconut Cove area, this is Allen Parks. You can see that this little San Antonio area was all of these little lots. And like I said, we haven't had to sell in a long, long time. One of these was the sale, and we'll go to the evidence. The only thing under process is market value. So here's our sales comparison grid. So the subject is 135. Little San Antonio, 220 Little San Antonio, sold for 18,000. 5,600 square feet, 5,600 square feet. This is where we derived our. Whenever we get a sale in an area that we haven't had a sale in a long time, we just go to it. And then we look at adjoining properties, like, let's go a little further out, let's see what other things are selling for. Again, this is on Ling Road. You can see that it's 6,000 square feet, but it sold for 15,500. And then the next comp number 3, this sold for 17,500, 5,750 square feet. Again, the median value of all of those 3 things is the market value that we have, 17,920. I don't know what to say. Yeah, go back. Unverified land. The other 2 are verified land. Yeah. Yep.
The 220 was under.
It was under. And it happened in March of this year. Yeah.
From somebody in next door.
Okay. But that's all I got.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll put 7 minutes on here. You don't have to have it all. Use it all.
Okay. On myself, for myself, the property value that they put for 135 Little San Antonio is went up from $3,470 to $1,792. And I guess it's because of that one sale.
Yeah, 17,020, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. That sale was bought for we buy houses, so they bought it and sold it. Made some good money on it. But as for myself, I have 4 lots out there. I own the 4 lots, and the other 3 lots went up to 8,000. Instead of 17, they went to 8,400. I don't understand the thing for that, but they went up to, that's 135 right there. This is when it rained, and it stays like that a lot. In the last 3 years since the hurricane, everything out here is getting flooded way worse. Since the roads are not paved. And I believe it says they're paved on that paper, and they're not paved. Now the flooding is coming in, and this is what we're getting with. This is what we're getting.
Is that a street?
Pardon me?
Is that a street?
That's your lot.
Right here at the end. See where that little red car is? Okay, right, that is the road right there. And that road is a dirt road all the way to the end, which gets flooded. But everything's going down this way, and the counties don't do anything with the roads or the ditches, after the hurricane, how they do the ditches so the runoff comes. We get none of that. So.
How long does it stay with?
Over a week. If it don't rain anymore, it stays longer. Like the one that just bought that 220, that thing was up to my ankles at least for a week over there. I don't walk around. I walk around in rubber boots out there because that water is set. When it rains like that much, the water is set. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a disaster. Actually, it keeps happening when it rains. But for
my other three properties is, they put those values at 8,400. But this one lot, they took it to 17. I don't understand what's the difference of that. This, see that group of trees right there, you can see in the shadow, it's a eucalyptus tree. And it froze at the freeze and it's dead. I figure out where that is.
And your other lots are also on Little San Antonio?
I've got this one, and then there's one that's straight back, that it runs straight like this, to both sides of Little San Antonio.
Like one of the account numbers is, well, this is her. Never mind.
Well, that's okay, I mean, I didn't bring a picture, I think, of the other one, because I just thought of it today, it's like, well, look, they only put these before. Why did they put that one to 17?
Look at pictometry.
Yeah, the one that y'all had out
Can you
there.
pull pictometry and zoom out, and she can point to one of her other lots and then we
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah, if you go in, this one, it's right here over here.
You can stand up.
Oh, okay.
You can stand up and point.
Okay, so this here, this is my lot, this is my lot, and these lines seem to be a little bit off. This, and this, okay?
Okay.
And she's got this and this. But, for mine here, these, when this water comes, and it comes all the way, and over here is where they used, it had been dredged out for the floods to come. You know, when the floods come for the water to drain, because there's water right around that little corner right there, those are all waterways. So the water's not going where it's supposed to go, it doesn't drain out there. It just backs up and we're all getting flooded. And the one that they just bought, the lot that he just bought, that sold for 18. I think this was and I know that guy had food. I mean, I don't think he's probably in the state, maybe he's in a picture, I don't know what, but if he'd have seen it last week, he'd have seen it, it'd been like water here, literally. Oh. I know this is big, Little San Antonio, and it's rough, the roads are rough, but it's bad.
Is it the same?
Just because one lot sold for 18, I don't think anybody's gonna be able to get a single lot, but every single one of them. And we don't have, all of the other ones have actual paved roads. For some reason, when this section was sold in the 50s, it didn't have road access. Yeah, not when I came here, it's been like that since the 50s. And like if you look, if I try to pull up my history for the deeds, it doesn't even show who they bought it from. It was from when it was a farm. Big farm out here. And they decided to divide it up. But when they did, they didn't make any make anything for the road. They didn't set aside any portion for the road. Or that's where the county comes and fixes it. But they don't.
9 seconds.
What? Okay.
You done? Okay. So Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say this is trying to put this in this way. This is not a highly sought after area, and the problems that you talked about are real. You know, there's not a wide enough easement, so the county will take over services. You know, they will maintain. It's a terrible situation.
We've been up there, everybody in the road been up there through the years, several times.
And the one thing, while she was saying that these others are less, what's going on with the less? And if you allow, we'll pull up one of those other accounts that are the ones behind. And I think she indicated that she has this one, or something.
No, that one, and no, down, 1, 2, 3, yeah.
So she has this, this, and this. And the reason for that is because those are held at an economy of size. Go ahead and pull that in. This is one of her other accounts.
Oh, so
You see
okay,
that?
those are linked
Affecting
to each other.
size, yeah. And so her other lot, yeah, it's pulling off $1.50. And those are, 8,400 a piece. I will say that
Now they
this.
were 30.
I'm sorry.
They went up 5,000.
Right. And so what I will say is that this other lot touches that lot, I'm willing to check the box on this one. Yeah. Is this the subject property right here?
This is not, this is one of the other lots, 0.38.
Well, it will be, yeah, just do the 0.385. Because we're gonna give the benefit of the 3 back lot size. And it'll pull into that. 0.385. And then apply, recalculate. Let's look at that.
I don't think that's right. That may not be the right account.
Hey, just market value, please. Is that not the right?
It may not be,
26342.
No, it should be 26367.
367.
Okay, we'll do that. And apply, recalculate. Let's go to the correct answer. 26378. That's the correct account.
26367. There.
Go ahead.
It's correct. It was 385.
Okay, thank you. Go to market value details. See the $1.50 right there. And so the new value is the $8,400. That's the best I can do for you. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Anything you needed. The property.
Satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll.
So I'm gonna move then on, make a motion on case ID 2021-1579, account 26367. When considering incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the appraised market value from $17,920 to $8,400.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Golly, I've been so sick. I get myself sick and worried over this. I've never done this before.
It's
And
fine.
I didn't know what to do.
It's okay. Well done.
Okay, our next case is on the telephone. It's going to be case number
Help yourself.
716.
Leave the bowl.
716. Case 716. Yes, thank you so much.
Is in the middle of page 6.
You need some sugar after all that.
I need sugar before this, during it, and after it. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm stressing over this. Oh.
You have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We have 2 more. And I think if you don't get to the one, they're probably gonna leave if you don't get to them by 5. This is Karen Rester.
Hello.
Hello, Karen. This is Charlie Powers of the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine. You know me, sir.
I'm pretty good. We're gonna have to do some administrivia before we get down to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions later, downward toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-716, account 30872. This hearing is being recorded.
Your protest are Q1 and Q2.
Got it, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 41, Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Karen, let me make sure that you send in all your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I dropped it off at the tax office.
Very good.
And I called and made sure they had the.
Excellent. Thank you.
What I sent.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person that in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Harris?
The phone just cut out. I don't know if that matters.
We're just going through an exercise of certifying that we have not communicated with anyone about your protest.
Okay.
And we're to the point of all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And now I have to tell you that I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Correct?
I have to ask you if you have a license, if you're a licensed appraiser in the state of Texas.
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, I am not.
Okay. You have handy the hearing procedure time chart that was sent out with your package.
I believe so, sir. Hang on. I've got a lot of papers here.
Well, if you can't find it, we'll walk you through it. It's not a problem. Question though is, would you like to go first, or would you like to speak first, or would you like Mike to speak first?
I guess you guys can go first. I don't even know this is my first time to do something like this, so I don't really know what I should do to be first. I don't know what to say first.
Okay, well, we'll let Mike go.
I can say what I got down here, or y'all can just go first, and then I'll address whatever it is I have to say.
Okay, we'll let Mike go first. 5 minutes.
Okay, so this is account 30872. This is a little house that just recently sold this last year. They provided some information, Scott. They provided some information associated with the market values in that area, meaning it was a data point, but it wasn't the only one. Our information is that the subject sold for 306,807. We have a class 5 and B minus. You can see that the neighborhood was affected. This is probably just due to some sales that happened. We currently have a valuation of 311, 340 overall. Move on to the next thing. This is the big.
It's important that you tell her the percentage because she can't see it. The neighborhood percentage.
she has all of these documents. The neighborhood percentage is 125%, just due to market, for the structure value. But she has all of this. We send it to everybody. The next thing is the pictometry imagery on Pisano Drive. All right. The subject is 1105 South Pisano. It's sold for 306 and change. It is the subject, so there's no adjustments on that one. 1414 Dana Drive was another sale that happened recently. That one sold for 245. The difference is the classification, and then there's a difference in size here. A minor difference in land value, those are almost identical. That one renders a value of 319 and change when compared with the subject. There's an effective age change as well on number 2. Here's another one on Bluebird. So you have like Dana, and then you Pisano, and then you have Bluebird. These are 3 areas that are just south of Enterprise, all in that area, just south of the high school. This is sold for 240,000. Again, the land element is smaller here, so there's an adjustment for the land value. The classes are very similar. Bluebird was smaller than the subject, and it's also effective age older than the subject. That renders a value of 286 and change. You can see that the median value for all of the sales information is 306, which warrants a change from the 11 that we have. The subject was a sale. Move down. 1501 Dana Drive is the equity. So that one is currently appraised at 284. It's a 5 MV, subject to 5 MV, a little bit bigger than the subject. Land value is a little bit different than the subject. Effective age, there's an adjustment there. And so you can see that renders a value of 313 when compared to the subject. 522 Dana Drive is a little less class than the subject, a little bit older than the subject. It is bigger than the subject. That renders a value of 317 and change. Land values are very similar. Last one that we have here is on Heron Oaks. This is 308, 600, same general class as the subject, same general square footage as the subject. And you can see that the effective age is similar. The size of the value of the lot is similar. That renders a value of 296 and change. The equities, from an equity standpoint, we're looking like we support this value at 311. But from the sales comparison approach, there's a warranted change. The subject was a sale this last year.
Is that it?
Sales ratio. In the sales ratio, what we have after that, you can see that we have what we call enterprise area, and you have 9 pages worth of sales there. That represents 28 sales. We're at 101 overall. And then the last page after that is just a picture of the house. Cute little house in the sun. And that's what we got.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
Okay, all right. So my question is that the effective date that you have of 2013, like we bought this house last year and it was built in 1978. We were told that the kitchen was remodeled and they put some flat on the dining room wall, and that was done in 2010. I don't understand where the 2013 effective date came from. Like, I look at, I don't know where that came from. So is that a question that I could ask you?
Sure. On our card, sometimes we get information in things that are not necessarily done by you. It's done by a previous owner. And believe it or not, they don't come down here and tell us when they do things because they don't want their value to go up. But whenever we find it out, we make an effective age change. And so at some point in the past, the property owner, to your point, the property owner made some changes. Some of the things that are on here are fully equipped chef's kitchen, professional style gas stove, quartz countertops, all stainless appliances, beautiful mirrored backsplash, hardwood floors throughout, shiplap. This place has been redone. And so we added effective, I was just saying, so we added effective years just as a result of some information that we received.
Okay, so it let me then say, in the rebuttal here, is that the fully equipped chef kitchen that features a professional style gas stove has a 11-year-old stove that when we moved in, we had to have repaired because it was not working. 2 of the burners did not work on it. The oven thermostat was out on it because it is 11 years old. That's the professional kitchen. They took the stainless steel refrigerator that they had put in, that was a big chef's one, and replaced it with just a 2009 stainless steel refrigerator that just stopped working 3 weeks ago, and we had to replace that with a refrigerator. The dishwasher that they have in here, that is a stainless steel dishwasher, does not work. It didn't work when we moved in, and those are kind of the things. The wooden floors, it had hardwood floors throughout the house, all of which have to be redone because they're almost 15 years old. And those were things that when we bought the house, we said to the lady who was selling it, who was the agent, that brings the price down on the house. So it's not as valuable. Obviously, we all think our homes are valuable. But anyway, so I'm just saying that the things that they advertise as being upgrades on this house were done in 2009, 2010, which made them almost at the end of their life when we bought the house. And so that 2013, the bones of this house are still 1978. They didn't do anything other than the roof was replaced after Harvey because it was blown off. But the patio area needs to be, the wood is old. It's old. We're having to replace rotten boards in it. So I guess that's my thing. Those bathrooms have to be upgraded. They are 1978 bathrooms, with the shell sink in them and the formica. So anyway, it's the bones of the house are still 1978, and the fact that they put that kitchen in and that it had hardwood floors have been here. And the kitchen is what I just said about that. So that's what I have about that. What I put on there when I looked at your information as far as the comps that you have, and I'm not an appraiser. All I know is when we came here to retire, and we looked at properties in all different places. The sales ratio report that you have. Almost all of those homes were built in 2003, 2005, 2010. There are some that's 1983, but your effective values are 2003, 2010. And again, if you set my house at 2013 rebuilt, I wish it had been rebuilt in 2013, but it wasn't. And so that to me is not really an accurate figure of 2013. And then we looked at this and looked at properties, and one thing about Rockport, to me, and we love this town, and we're involved in the Rockport since the art. I'm an artist, and we love the town, and trying to get into the city government. But we looked at different neighborhoods, and one thing about Rossano is, you know, there's north, there's east, west, and south side Rossano, and it's a little U, and it's like its own little community, and they're all older homes in here. All the, you know, they sold some of them when we bought, and our neighbors across the street had just bought about I think she said 7 months ago. And then our neighbor next door had bought just, you know, before us. And so their houses are beautiful. I mean, you look at the one across the street from us is bigger. They redid the whole outside of it. But yet the value that you're placing on this home makes it, I mean, even at what I think is a fair market value, but I think we paid too much. But given the pandemic, given the other houses that we looked at in Rockport, I mean, we had put an offer on another little neighborhood house.
Karen, I gotta stop you here. You'll get some more time here in a minute.
Okay.
Stop you for now. Okay, Mike, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Right. In the cross time, I just want to ask, I just want to make sure, did you pay the 306 or did you pay something less than 306?
We did not pay 306. We thought the 288, 100 was the fair market value for this house.
So you paid 288?
We did not pay 288.
Okay, so we can do this for a little while, or you could just tell me that you don't want to tell me.
Oh, I don't want to tell you how much I paid for it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I didn't know that you were supposed to tell somebody how much you paid for it.
You don't have to. That you do not have to tell me. It's always relevant to the subject value. It's always. So if you paid something less than 306, we would like to know.
Well, I will tell you that we paid more than 288 for it, but we paid too much for it.
Okay. So then I'm left with my evidence that tells me that it's worth 306.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say anything.
No, it's a back and forth. It's a question time.
Oh, okay, so, well, then I guess we go and we have a difference of opinion, and that is that what I was trying to say is that this neighborhood, the values of the homes in this neighborhood, I can see comparing this house to the values of the neighborhood that the house is in. But when you look at Bluebird and you look at Dana and you look at Whistler Cove, those are completely different neighborhoods. Somewhat newer homes, somewhat older homes. I mean, it's just not.
Yeah.
To me, it is,
Yeah.
and again, I'm not an appraiser. I just know when I look at this neighborhood and I look at our homes, it is comparable to the homes in this neighborhood.
Okay.
And to set the price of that is.
Okay, this is his time. Karen, you gotta let Mike have his time.
Yeah, and so we were in the. That's okay. I was in the cross time, and my cross was really the question. So again, I'm going to ask it one more time. If you paid north of 288, I would like to know the number because I want to be accurate. The number I have is 306. So now we've said it's not 306, it's not 288. That difference is what, $28,000 worth of difference? Something like that? Did I do that right?
Something like that.
No, that's 9. That's 90. That's 6 is $18,000 worth of difference. We're not that far off. I just want to know what that number is so that you can provide good evidence and I can provide good evidence.
It's 309.
But you said you didn't pay more than 306.
Well, the time I have all of my taxes, all of the things that I had to pay, it ended up being, I had to bring $309. So I get $12,000. Let me get my paper here. Because I have my deed of trust, and I have the papers here. So if I take off my closing cost,
What was the contract sales price? This could be good for your case here.
Yeah, the contract sales price is the number, not the closing cost.
Right, that's what we're asking.
was 3,045. 304,500.
That's definitely relevant. That would bring the meeting value to 304.5.
Yeah.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. So, Karen, you have 2 minutes if you need it for cross-examination or rebuttal.
Okay, rebuttal. Okay, well, here's the thing is that we purchased this house last year in 2020 during the pandemic. This year you have wood prices that are out the roof, so obviously the pricing of everything has gone up. I think $288,100 compared to what y'all had, the value at $278,460 last year in 2020. That bringing it up. Yes, we paid more for it. That is overpriced. This house was overpriced. It was sold by the realtor. We needed a house. The house that we had tried to buy over in Cove Harbor had an infestation of termites, and that's it. That's why we bought this house.
Okay.
All right.
We paid too much for it.
You have anything else?
I don't.
Okay.
Mike, you got 1 minute to close if you need it.
Subject property sale is always relevant. If it's higher, it's relevant. If it's lower, it's relevant. It's relevant.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay, Karen, you got 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Well, that's what I think. I just think that, that it should be a reasonable increase. I think the fact that the situations in 2020 and this year in 2021 are quite different than the normal market. I don't think that the price that we paid was reflective of what the market, yes, things are worth what people will pay for them, but there's reasons why people pay higher prices. So that's it.
Okay.
Like I said, we're just on a fixed income. We're trying to live here and retire.
Okay, here's the deal. The median value is 306,807. She paid 304,500. Actually go with 304.
There you go. I agree. I agree. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion then on account 2021-716, account number 30872, and considering incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 311,340 down to 304,500.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Karen, you got it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
This is the next to the last case. It's in person. It is number 1830.
Ready.
Okay, I will bring back Mr. Neely.
Yep.
And all of his evidence is on a thumb drive.
Okay.
I'll give a hint. What page?
Last page, 9.
Really?
That would have been my ninth guess.
Now I went through all those numbers.
If you'll take a seat here at the table to the right, this is the ARV. This is Shane Neely.
I don't know.
We have some administrative to go through before we get started in the meat of the matter.
Okay.
I'm gonna go through a script. I'll ask some questions when I get toward the end.
Okay.
Okay? We're opening a hearing on case 2021-1830, account 18431. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
Q1 and Q2 are under protest.
Q1 and Q2.
Got it.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is around this table. Mike is the appraisal district representative. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created to summarize what the result of the hearing was. It also contains instructions as to what you can do if you disagree with us. How you can pursue it further. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. The yard members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Starr, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. Right now. I, Bill Duncan, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Thank you.
I, Shane Mueller, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I have to ask you if you have an appraisal license.
No, sir.
And somebody took our sheet again down.
Oh, I'll get
Just saying, on your finding work. Yeah. Refinery work.
Yeah,
All of them.
all of them, okay.
And near.
That's how we are gonna manage this hearing.
Right.
And you get to choose whether you go speak first or the district speaks first.
Yeah, I've never done this before. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's okay.
I was scared because I totally screwed up last year and missed my appointment. And
No, that's all right. It's just a matter of who speaks first. You both get the same amount of time.
but let's go ahead and have them start.
Okay.
Okay, this is the 421 Cassuth Street. It looks like it was a transaction late in 19. The price that I have is $222,270. That was the last time the subject property sold. We currently have a value of $232,481. And there was a lot of things done to an old house that brought the effective age up. On the next page, what you can see is the commentary imagery on the subject. Again, this is on Cassuth Street. It's outlined in blue right there. Notice that on the next page, the two things that are protest are market value and equity. Notice on some of these grids, when we do value grids, sometimes our grids just come up short. This is one of those times. We currently have 232 and change. The median value for all of these columns indicates that it's 224 and change. So even with our best evidence, you should side with the property owner at least to that extent. What are some sales that occurred in this area that warrant the value to be at least the 224? Well, one is comp number 2, which is the sale, there's no adjustments, 222, 270. Comp number 1 is also on Kasuth, it's at 430 Kasuth. It's like it was originally built in 13, so expected age is 13. You can see the classifications of the houses are similar. The size is actually less, and it's sold for 237 recently. You can see that comp number 1 has better land, and so there's a negative adjustment there. That renders a value of 209 change. James Street and Kasuth again. These are again near the subject or in that Manning Market South area, this neighborhood right here. These are all within this last year's cycle. This one's over 236, that one's over 225. These are better classes. These are class 5s. These are both smaller than the subject. These are both newer than the subject. The land elements are pretty similar. There's minor adjustments there. Those render values of 228 and 226. It's the subject property owner was kind of like an early setter of market trend value. This still happened in 19. Further, people like doubled down and bought houses here in 20 and in 21. The best I can prove is 224 or 230, 232 value. From equity, this is what we've got as equity. These again are Manning Market South. Notice this is doing a little bit better of how I'm just appraising. These are not necessarily sales. These are just how am I treating the neighbors in relation to the subject property. I'm trying to get other 4s and other 3s, and I'm trying to appropriately appraise with regard to the subject. Again, this median value is 235. It supports the 232, but again, in the first phases of just sales, you should absolutely agree with the property. Again, these are Kasuth, Fuqua, Kasuth, Fuqua. This is all in that area. Again, newer homes, those are adjusted. If the land value, this is a real similar land value, you can see there's only a minor adjustment for the land. Where there's differences, we make adjustments for all of these elements. The subject property was an old house that was renovated. It was renovated to a nice degree. Continue on with the sales ratio report. You can see that we have, we'll go through real quick, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. We have 51 sales in the Manning Market South area. Our overall weighted mean is 98, so we're where we need to be. I think is there any pictures of the subject? No, this is the we made an effective age change based on what we saw. It's kind of like the last case where you had effective age that was done not by the property owner, but by the person who owned it before, and they did things, and we saw it, we made the change. So that's where we're at.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for to ask him any questions you want, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
I don't really have too many questions other than the fact that my home was built in 1920 is being compared to homes that are 10 years or newer. Yes, they're smaller, but they're not on pier and beam. They haven't, been through what that house has been through. They're straight, nice, level homes with upgrades that weren't hodgepodge together to make it look good for a sale. You got a sucker for one because I wasn't here to actually buy the house. I just signed papers and my girlfriend went through it. But it was too late by the time I got to it. Anyways, that's really where I'm at. In my evidence, you can see pictures of some pretty shoddy work.
Yeah, we're pulling up your USB. You can stop the time until we get it done. Okay.
ever do this again, I'll make a slideshow and make it easier.
Yeah, trying to find where your stuff is.
Go to, yeah, right there. And then go to this computer, this PC, or
There at the top. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Where are we going now?
Right next to the top, way up there.
Way up here.
this PC.
Probably.
There we go. Thanks.
Yeah,
Shane Neely.
yeah, Shane Neely. We'll just go through. We'll start clicking.
We can just start on pictures. I mean, that's the inspection report whenever I bought it. This really doesn't serve too much of a purpose. I just threw it in there.
Okay.
Because this is all of last year's evidence stuff that I didn't get to. Nothing has changed since these pictures. In fact, it's gotten worse.
Okay.
But I've been so busy here lately with work, I haven't been able to update this. And I mean, you can see before sagging, not meeting the
Hey Shane, what we're gonna do is just cycle through, and you tell us when you want us to stop. Okay. Yeah, just do, no. Do the like the small window so you can see the other one behind it. There you go. There you go. There you go. And then make that one like less like width. No. Well, okay. Go to 3 picture. There you go.
Tell me when you want to stop.
Yeah.
like here, the prime example is shoddy work. They put some spray foam in an exposed area inside of the house. I have no idea. The backside, they hodgepodge together, more spray foam. They slapped on a coat of paint, made everything look good for pictures for the sale, and then ever since then, it's just been kind of a nightmare. Another hodgepodge attempt at fixing. You see that it's not straight down the edge of that house, and you can see a wave throughout the whole thing. There's where they were trying to get in there, do a quick job for a quick sale. Windows not even straight. You look at it from the outside, it's crooked. It's on the side of the house, it's crooked compared to the shiplap siding. Whenever they did the paint job, they sprayed over all the windows. They didn't cover them. Wasn't. It looked good for a sale.
I have that there.
Settling issues inside the house, of course, is 100 years old. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like I said, these are last year's pictures. Nothing has changed. I have not repaired anything. It's only gotten worse to an extent. But I did not have time to take new pictures and do all this again. This was a couple hours of work. My schedule has been pretty demanding actually.
Anything else?
That'll be it.
Okay. Mike, then you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, for the cross, I guess what I heard is that, you know, the subject property owner's girlfriend kind of took the lead on the purchase at 222 and change, and then Shane got involved and he was like, what did you do?
Exactly. That's exactly what I did.
Subject property owner brought you some physical deficiencies. I don't know. You can't ignore the sale, but you should probably understand that maybe in a market value sale transaction, both seller and owner and buyer work in their own best interest. Fully informed, maybe not so much for the buyer's point of view. You might consider some of his evidence and give him a little bit of something.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
So you got, okay. If you need it, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
As far as the whole 222 thing, the house itself did not appraise. It appraised for 220 whenever I bought it. So I don't know exactly where the 222 is coming from. But I mean, I'm not gonna get the vision going over $2,000, you know?
Yeah, it's bad on top of worse. What did you buy? What did you buy?
It was like 2 weeks from closing, man, and I was like, you didn't notice this, or this. I'm an inspector. I get paid to look at welds and all kinds of stuff inside of refineries. And I mean, a house is no different. You're gonna look at things and you're gonna notice a lot of things women aren't, just because they're not thinking they see all the pretty stuff and they're like, oh, this is so nice. And
Let the record reflect that I did not say that.
I got there, I was like, the hell? I went from one turnaround in Border, Texas, straight to Wichita, Kansas, and I was gone for about 6 weeks, and she was taking care of all this. I just supplied the funds.
For the border?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
On any weekend.
I've been there for.
What do you think? I'm thinking 220. I was thinking that even before he mentioned his.
What would, instead of 100%, what would 80% do?
Well,
Is that-
it's physical, whatever you're gonna do.
That's what I'm saying, because there's a physical, it says 100%.
I'm just gonna say, and I know that we're kind of off our schedule, like back and forth, but we're just talking, I think that 80 is too much. But I will show you. No, I'm telling you what I do.
Yeah.
But I will show you what 80 does.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see that? Scott?
Yeah, just do it.
You want to pull it over first and then show them.
Right, okay.
You have to get out of this.
I have to get out of this second.
It's because we have 2 computers. We do an intentional air gap in one computer. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Virus, you know, here you go.
Exactly. Somebody could really rock y'all's world that
They
way.
could. That's why it's intentionally not, it's not on the same.
That's smart. Smart. Yeah, I mean, last year it went from being 100,000, of course, I know that was reflective of the party.
Right.
The tax, it was on the tax roll for 100,000, some odd $100. And
Physical.
it jumped up $117,000.
Physical. Recalculate. And then yes, and hit cancel. And then go to summary. That takes it to 192. I think that's just.
I think fairly, obviously what I put a 200,000 estimated market, whenever it asked me, like, thought.
Yeah,
I wasn't being facetious this year. Last year I put
you want
100,000.
to see 85%? Cancel summary. I get this.
202, 690.
202.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I can do that.
I appreciate it.
It's a cool house. It's just-
Yeah, it's old and it needs work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion.
Teacher,
to
do some carpentry.
Yeah. At a minimum.
Case
Still
ID 2021-1830, account number 18431, considering incorrect appraised market value Q1 or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 232,480 to 202,690.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You got it.
Notice you don't have a homestead on this. At least
No, I'm going to fill one out this year. I wasn't even aware. I don't know. It's been crazy.
Yeah.
You do it.
You make money, but
You go from balls to the wall to nothing real quick. And after the whole pandemic thing happened, it was wild.
Last case is number 1300 in person.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Y'all have a great day. You too.
Shall I bring them on back? Yes, it is 1300. Mark and Amy Ockrell,
1300.
13.
Page nine. Got it.
no.
It's all the pages, all
Page eight.
Oh, never mind.
That was my problem.
Did the last person say they were still here?
Yes,
Okay, good. Okay. Bring it back.
all right. Mike, it's case 1300.
Got it. 1, 3,
Yes.
3.
1300.
No, 1300.
Oh, okay.
It's only one left. There's only one left.
That was messing me up.
Yeah, it's insidious.
Is this information or are these separate units?
They are separate units. It's a condo complex.
I understand it's a complex, but is he just protesting unit 114?
We will ask.
I'm guessing he's just protesting 114. You just put all this in the information. That's a guess.
Okay. This is Amy and Mark Otwell, and you're sitting right over there.
First of the way. The next day.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
I'm gonna go through the script. And when I get toward the bottom, I'll have some questions.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1300, account 20610. This hearing is being recorded. Robert?
Under protest is Q2, equity values.
Okay. Mike?
Yes, Q2.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. You do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. We're the review board. Mike represents the appraisal district.
Are you?
At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyirb. The survey is voluntary, but we appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that has the results of the hearing and also has instructions of what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Very important, have you given us all your evidence?
It's just one document that there's 9 copies. There, so.
You gave it to them.
Yes.
Right, very good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest or signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Flowers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses will be under oath.
I, Marco, will do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Amy Marco, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
Yes, if you, either of you have a license to appraise, an appraiser's license.
No.
The sheet of paper right here, this one, has on it the procedure that we're gonna follow throughout the hearing. You get to choose whether you speak first or whether Mike speaks first.
Go ahead.
Mike?
First of all, Mr. and Mrs. Otwell, I want to thank you for staying. I know it's been a long wait. We've been going as fast as we can. The evidence provided here is just for the equity value. As you know, market value and equity are always related. One has to do with the accuracy of the appraisal, and then the second has to do with how are these appropriately adjusted in relation to other neighbors, meaning how are they adjusted in regard to other people. Subject recently sold this last year for 147 change. Continue on the next page. It's a condo, just like a lot of condos. The adjustments here from either this subdivision and or neighborhood class, these percentages are driven just by the market. They're not anything. The subject property owner would have been one of those markets, one of those markers in the market. One of the main things you can see is that it was originally built in '85. We've got an effective date of 2010. We're going to go into some of those things. It's not even what the property owners did. It's what somebody else would have done prior to the sale of the property, meaning that they just made it nicer. And the market reacts to those things. So you would ask yourself, okay, you have a 1985 condo, and then you have a 1985 condo that's been renovated, and then you bring in a buyer to both of the condos and you say, here's this one, and here's this one. Same price, which one do you want? 99 out of 100 people are going to go with the one that's been updated. Why? Because they're reacting positively to the renovation. That's what we try to do. We try to make the appropriate adjustment for those renovations. That's what you see right here as far as some of that stuff. We'll get to some of the pictures later. Continue on. This is the pictometry imagery for this area. I think this is at the end. Yeah. You know, I'm trying to think, is this the one that was really damaged at the very back?
Yes.
Like this building?
Yes.
It's fine. Yeah, okay, so it never came back. This is what I'm thinking of. This one went through a huge renovation, like a whole bunch of these went through renovation. Actually, after the renovation, there were some pretty nice condos. And many of those are enjoying that renovation. Continue on. Comp sales are not under protest, but the subject sold for 147. Why is that relevant? Well, it's relevant to the effective age. Okay. You can see the effective age of the subject is 210. What's the best I can do with the comp equity? I can only, the subject's at 149 and change. It's sold for 147. It's not worth the 149 that we have on it. But furthermore, I can only prove from an equity position that it's only worth 146. Now, why is that important? Well, you look at the subject and you look at some of the comps. This is a comp, and you say, well, this is 1,032 square feet, and this is 1,032 square feet. The land value adjustment has to do with percentage ownership, I believe, but because it's a condominium complex and it's always done on a common element basis. So there's just a minor value change there. But ultimately, you would say these should be appraised in similar fashion. The only difference here is going to be to the MA, right? In this effective year built. There's an effective year of like 15, what is that, 95? Yeah, 15 years there. So we saw that in this particular one, whenever they did their remodeling event, they didn't go quite as nice. Another thing is that they don't have a garage, I believe. There's no garage associated with this one. This one came with the garage, I believe. You can see that in comp number 2, they have, let's see, garage, DG2 there. You can see that this one's a little bit bigger, right? That one's currently on the market, currently appraised at $155,000. When it appropriately adjusted with the subject, that's $168,967. These are all in that same neighborhood complex or that condominium complex, 1032, 1032. This is a little bit better because there's not quite as much difference in the effective age here. You'll see that the DG right here is a little bit different. Like you have none over there, and you have some here that's bigger. Again, that one appraises out at 146, actually 148. They're very similar. This is 138, and that appraises out to 145 when compared to the subject. So all we're doing is we're looking at these condos, we're making minute comparisons, and we're making the appropriate adjustments for this. So, you know, a person would say, well, you take all the 100, you know, or 1,032 condos, and you say, well, the median value should be this. Yeah, but you got to make the appropriate adjustments. The appropriate adjustment is 146 and change. Let's do detached garage.
Okay. Okay, so you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, asking questions, and then 5 minutes to make your presentation.
So our basically our argument is that out of 32 properties, exactly apples to apples, either 1,032 or 1,054, only one is taxed higher than us and 32 below us. And that's my point here. That if that is the case, then all of these should be. That's our argument. And that we feel like it's unequal and it's just not equitable. If you look at all of these properties and then you look at how we're taxed.
Mike? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to answer that.
Mm-hmm. And that's the reason that we're here to request for the lower this year.
Okay, anything else? That's your point? Okay. All right, Mike, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, in the cross time, what I would get is kind of going to bleed into my rebuttal time is that, you know, you have a whole bunch of condos here. They're all 1,054, 1,032. You know, one would be, you have to look at the common elements, which is not that much different. It looks like the smallest one here is 1.9 instead of 1.94. I know that's a small difference, but you have to look at that when considering, you know, that comparison. Secondly, you should look at the 1032. You know, that's what the subject is. But then you should make a comparison for the effective age of each condominium unit and make a determination. So pick one. You know, pick one and look at it. There's many here. That's what I would say. Just look at it. The best I can support was the 146. The subject property owner is telling you that they should be at 139. Is that what I'm hearing on your list? The 139, 780 is where you think you should be?
No.
We should be way below that. Okay. In comparison to the, if you look on the sheet that we've given to you from unit 115 down, they're all 1,032 square foot, 1,054 square foot, and they're getting charged $40,000 less.
And the 115 is exactly our next door neighbors, identical, and actually they have better upgrades. They have built-ins,
Do they have a garage? That's a difference too.
No, that you're counting 30, almost 40,000.
No, but there are,
Well, I don't know if it's that much.
right, but there are
It's a
definitely
difference.
others here that also have a garage.
So,
There's 16, I think, garages total.
yeah, so what are you proposing? I mean, I guess I'm having trouble seeing what you think your house,
I think it should be somewhere in the middle, to be fair. I mean,
what
if
is
you're-
that? Tell me.
so
more.
I would say if you go down just to the
I would say no
median,
more than 100,000.
Okay.
100.
Okay, so in my rebuttal 10, obviously the market value is tied to the subject property. The effective age that's associated with that is associated with the market value. So in my rebuttal, let me go through my evidence. Let me go continue on holding pictures. This is the subject property. Is the subject property market value and sale relevant to the market value and the equity therein? And the answer is always yes. Because if it's a 1985 condo and the interior photos reflect a 1985 condo, then the market's going to react in a way that's 1985 as opposed to a remodeled condo.
But almost all of these did have remodels. They all, money went to all of the different condos
This
after
is
the heart damage.
This is, and they did, they had their
So all
exteriors.
of them have been had repairs, not just ours.
The extent of the remodel on the inside is where the differences lie. And we don't always know, but we know on this one. And you have to take the effective age into account when you do that. So if you're going to go through that list, pick one and then look at the differences. I mean, pick any one of the ones that they and look at the differences. Like, look at them. Do they have a garage? Do they not have a garage? What's the effective age? Can you find one that's close to the effective age?
Yeah, let me just pick unit 215.
Or 115 is right next door.
115 is identical downstairs.
Yeah, 115.
Every single one of these though has had repairs. The HOA went in and gave a certain amount of money to every single one of them. And each one got the same quantity amount of money for the repairs.
Do we have the up and down in different subdivisions or whatever? I don't know. I don't remember.
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody's kind of up and down and some are.
All of the ones that are at 1032, those are all 2-bedroom, 2-bath flats. The ones that are 1054 are upstairs, downstairs townhomes.
Okay.
So everyone that's at 1032 is going to be identical to ours.
Rather
Okay. Which one would you like to see?
115.
And then you want to look at the differences between the two?
Sure.
Okay. At 115? All right, there's 115. Make it bigger, or can you make it bigger? Again, the 114 and the 125 neighborhood stuff appears to be the same. The difference is that we have no effective age on this one. We just have a 1985.
And
no
garage. They went through the exact same.
No garage.
So we're being taxed unfairly. They're at 103,000.
Does it have a detached garage?
Theirs does not. I don't know which ones do and which ones don't. They were like, you can't like sell them or anything to go with the condo.
Yeah.
So I don't know which ones have it, but there are 16 total that have it. And out of our property, only one is taxed higher than us. Even if they were to have it, there's 16 out of these, and they're all being taxed lower than us. So it's just really not equitable.
It's not 45,000 dollars.
No,
No.
and if anything, it's
The issue here is
the effective age of the interior remodel.
but you're not even judging them on it. And they're
Again, I don't know about their interior.
so that's where it's not fair.
So because ours was online when it was sold?
Yeah, I know about yours.
Yeah,
Yeah, so-
but it doesn't. It's not fair. So
Yeah,
that's the
how's
case.
it?
All of these.
Because you can see in my house, but you can't see in someone else's.
I saw that.
What you didn't see is when they
I
took
saw-
everything
I
down.
saw it before you ever had
That sheet rock.
it. And I would have made the change.
Those were still photos.
Of course they would.
Yeah.
So
And
just because you can see in my condo and you can't see in someone else's, I'm like,
Yeah, and the rebuttal to that is that you want me to be less accurate, would be the question. The answer is
No, we just want
You
it to
should
be
not be
fair.
able to look in my home and see what I have in my home.
I looked
And
at
It
it
doesn't
before.
matter.
the taxes should be on the property itself, not what's inside the home.
Well, either way, there are many here that have gorgeousness inside, and it's not equitable. There is a huge discrepancy between number 217 at 88.
Where are we at on time? Because I'd like to find another one that has a garage.
We're really into their 2 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think it's not public, but there are just 16 of them. We don't know who owns the garage and who doesn't. It's not labeled there like a condo number 114 condo. It's just an.
What's that? Purchase.
Anything
I
else?
want to say one's very limited.
One for the other one.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe we can see if 113.
There.
That was 113 and 4 extra square feet. And added the land value, which that's pretty sure.
Their land value is higher than. We're only at 1.4. 1.4. It's 2.1.
Yes. Yes. 2350 for the garage. Which you got off. Which I got off the property card and inflated by the neighborhood value. And then added in to 9,500 for the land. That was right into that 115, 860. That's an option.
Did you find one with a garage?
I found one with the garage. The effective date is different. You're welcome to look at it.
Yeah.
I'd like, sure. Go ahead and pull it up.
Was it 113?
No.
It was a 1032 though.
I don't know. I just thought that a garage. Yeah, it's 32.
Okay.
No, this is the subject.
Sorry. Sorry.
Good job, Scott.
Well, we
Just right.
cycled through it.
I looked.
No.
I did find it.
I'll cycle through till I find it.
I think it was 111. But again, the difference is going to be the effective age. Okay.
And
I mean,
it's just-
so if you're saying that you should not consider effective age, I'm just telling you, I would disagree with your decision. I would disagree with that. And you can do whatever you want. Okay. It's just, it's not taking into all that.
I do know of one that has a garage. We can look
This
it up
has a
on
garage.
Google.
This is 1985.
This does not have a garage, sorry.
That's a garage right here.
Is it?
Right here. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sorry.
And they're being taxed.
109. But it's 1985, 1985. We don't
Every
have-
one of these did have repairs. The money came from the HOA.
I know, but
Every single one had repairs, a lot of, they were all of mine.
I will agree with that. They all had exterior repairs and then.
And interior, they were even made.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I did it based on the improvement value.
I like your approach a little better.
Okay, where are we?
We're ready to close.
So in closing, what I would say is that if you just looked at their numbers and you just picked one and you tried to come to some median value without the appropriate adjustments, I'm just going to disagree. You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with the property owner. You have to consider the effective age of the subject property.
Then you have to have effective for
This is
the
my
others
point.
as well.
Yeah,
Because it's not fair.
of course. Of
It's
course.
very unfair. You're not even
It would be
representing
great.
that.
It would be great if I knew all of the differences of the effective age on the inside. It would be great. The fact is people aren't coming in and telling me, just like you didn't want me to know about that thing, but for
Not that we don't
accuracy,
want you to know,
what
we just
thing-
want it to be fair.
No, that's what Mark said, is that it shouldn't be good that I know what's on the inside of your house. I shouldn't be judged. You should not be.
You should be judged on the property by itself.
I respectfully disagree. You know, again, the subject property is different than a 1985 condo. If you're ignoring that fact.
None of these were 1985. Every single one of these had repairs.
Okay, so now you've got it.
So that is fully the argument. Every single one of these went through repairs. Every single one of these provided the same amount of money for the repairs. And this is not equitable. This is a large discussion. And we just feel like it's not fair.
Now it's our time to deliberate. I think, do you think that's the approach? Yeah, I think your approach is pretty fair. Yep. You got that, tell me again, by.
I took the improvement value from that neighboring unit. Of course, has the issue that Mike brings up on the 80th. It may, I don't know. I took well, they were all the same except for the garage, detached garage. I took the value for the attached garage off the property card, adjusted it for the neighborhood value, 25%, and then added in the land value, which wasn't included in your spreadsheet.
It is under common element percentage, and then common element taxes.
Well, the value.
It's there. It's $9,500 already. If you look on this row,
Yeah,
second to the end.
Yeah, I was effectively using your column C.
No, so taxes and then common element taxes are separate from the square footage. That is there.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1300, account 20610. When considering Q2, the equity value, we lower the 2021 appraised value from 149,280 to 115,660.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did the homestead exemption go away? That'll be homework.
Well, it's Friday, but you're welcome to come up
It's
in.
Friday.
I know.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. You can go out that way.
Happy Friday Eve.
Before y'all adjourn, I wanted to bring something to your attention that may be relevant to moving forward. I know that earlier in the week I asked for you to open up 2 other Fridays. I want to say that, you know, in next year's budget, I've already accounted for more, you know, hearing, you know, like just because we're just getting more and more hearings. One of the things that I might suggest to you is that you cycle through times where you're not doing anything. Like, it only takes 3 members to actually have a panel. You should consider cycling off weeks, because it'll just help you be as fresh as you can, and you won't get downtrodden as much.
I was gonna make a similar.
Yeah.
Maybe have enough people for two teams.
Right, but in this year, for the remainder of this year, you should at the very least say, okay, listen, I'm not gonna come in, like 2 people say, I'm not gonna come in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then, you know, you have 3 team members that say, or 3 ARB members that say, oh, I can do those 3 days. And then you cycle off, or you do 2 and 2 if it's a 4-day week or something. And maybe you split it up between a Monday to Wednesday to Tuesday to Thursday, however you want to do it. Mr. Power will tell you, and Robert will tell you, toward the end of the year, you really get tired because your mind really works a lot. And I'm not telling you what to do. It's just a suggestion. I can tell you that that's the reason that I have staff members cycle through over here, because it's a lot. So you should do whatever you want to do. I'm just making that point.
Just think about that and see what my situation is. You know, now I'm, you know, coming up there will be some. Okay, be going. I think everybody has to do. All right.
I almost ran through all mine. That is what it did.
Charlie, did you want to adjourn the
Close to
meeting?
the rest of the summer.
Charlie, did
Yeah.
you want to adjourn the meeting or anything?
Oh, motion to adjourn,
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.